659-59. 800-646-5959.
Spring is here, and Kohl's has everything you need to celebrate it in style. Find fresh looks the whole family will love for all your events and get-togethers this season. Plus, save an extra 15% on some of your favorites and earn Kohl's cash. There's so much to love about spring, and big savings on great styles is one of them. Find them now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends April 19th. Kohl's cash and coupons do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Miami Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win.
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh, my goodness. This thing is way gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his fourth of the year, and the Diamondbacks get that run right back. It is 6-2.
The Snakes will be at Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns is on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including the biggest change he will make this offseason.
The biggest change that I want to talk about is, on me. I'm accountable to this one, which is I have to do a better job of setting the identity of the Phoenix Suns. I've been out in Phoenix for the last 2.5 years. I love the community. It's great. The fans are great. I want to put a team out there on the court that everyone's proud of.
This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindow.depot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Mickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jerry Carlin.
It can only be champion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mickley and Marotta mornings.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. A good Friday. Hopefully a great Friday. What kind of Friday is it going to be, Vinny?
I'm hoping somewhere between good and great.
Well, we know it's good.
We know it's good, yes.
Yeah, if you're of the Christian faith, it is Good Friday.
It is.
And if
Easter coming up on Sunday.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And then, of course, what else? I don't know.
I have to be honest.
It's still Passover, for goodness sakes.
What?
Why
What's
am
the
I in
attitude
it?
for?
Because I'm in the religion where for each holiday we neglect ourselves and forbid ourselves from enjoying stuff.
There is that.
Oh, it's just the New Year just happened. Let's not eat for a day.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, we're celebrating our liberation from Egypt. Let's not eat.
Yours is not the only religion that believes in atonement and
true.
Sacrifice and all that stuff.
It's just that his religion has 19 holidays of that sort.
Now, however, I will be pointing out for all the listeners, stay tuned to the end of the show because we will be participating on air with an eating exhibition.
Well,
it's an exhibition.
And are you part of this?
I brought in matzah just for the occasion. Because, Dan, your friend that we've talked about on the show
Jeff
the last
McKenna,
couple of
Dr.
weeks
Jeff McKenna,
brought in
Valley
actual, legit, authentic pimento cheese from Augusta National. So we will be trying to...
Not even from Augusta National. He made a special trip to get the real stuff.
He did. That's the kind of guy he is.
That they used to serve at Augusta National, and they don't anymore.
The real stuff. So we have Wonder Bread, if you're watching on TV. Wonder Bread to make sandwiches or whatever for you three Gentiles. And for me... Matzah.
Jared, I was thinking about you when I was in Augusta, because on Tuesday night, part of what Jeff does every year with the group he brings down to Augusta is he recreates the Masters Champions dinner. So they cook everything that's on the Masters Champions dinner.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Because some of those menus are unbelievable.
Well, it was all because it was Scotty Scheffler and it was Texas, so it was all meat and more meat. And there's some shrimp here, but then there's more meat.
It was a menu, and I don't mean this in a bad way because I loved the menu this year. It was a menu for the simple man.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes. Jeff told me back in the day when after Hideki Matsuyama won the Masters, they had to go out to eat that year because no one wanted to prepare sushi. See? See? All right, we're going to have a great Friday. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming. Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs get the 3-game sweep in Miami. They beat the Marlins 6-4 in a Thursday matinee at Lone Depot Park. Pavin Smith had a solo shot in the first inning. Josh Naylor went deep for the third straight game, a solo blast in the fifth. D-backs led throughout, but saw a couple of 4-run leads shrink. Eduardo Rodriguez, 5 1/3 innings, scattered 10 hits, but gave up only 3 runs, only one of which was earned. Some sloppy defense behind him. He struck out 9 for his first win of the season. Ryan Thompson, Justin Martinez, Jalen Beeks. Where the hell is Beeks?
Where the hell is Beeks?
A.J. Puck, they finished things off in the bullpen as the Diamondbacks sweep South Florida for the second straight year and the third time in the last 4 seasons. They will bring a 5-game winning streak to Wrigley Field in Chicago with them as they face the Cub.
The Cub!
In a 3-game weekend series, Corbin Burns against Colin Ray in a pitching matchup of right-handers who sound like they could be country music stars. And then it dawned on me, Bick. There's a lot of these names. Will you indulge me for a second?
Oh, sure.
These are just pitchers that are pitching this weekend for major league teams.
All right.
I mentioned Corbin Burns, Colin Ray. Country music-esque, right?
Right.
Jackson Jobe. Zach Wheeler.
Definitely.
Drew Rasmussen.
Yeah.
Bryce Elder.
See, this is a fun idea for Mock My World. Names that sound like other things. Love it.
We could have done this or that, but I stole your idea. Kyle Freeland.
Yeah,
Does that not sound like a country music star?
Definitely. That's definitely the case.
This is how I spend my downtime. Another day game today, 11:20 first pitch. Pregame coverage beginning at 10:30 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Suns owner Matt Ishbia, president Josh Bartelstein, and president of basketball operations James Jones all met with the media on Thursday in review of a 36-46 postseasonless season for the team, and just 3 days after the firing of head coach Mike Budenholzer after just 1 year on the job. Ishbia used words like embarrassing, awful, and failure. Early in his press conference, he talked openly about further changes being necessary and said there are many reasons why Budenholzer isn't the coach anymore, but did not elaborate.
Oh, many. Multiple.
We're going to have a lot of reaction to what went down yesterday.
Oh, yes, we are.
The last 2 NBA playoff spots up for grabs tonight in the final 2 play-in games. First, it's the battle for the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference, with the Miami Heat visiting the Atlanta Hawks at State Farm Arena. The winner moves on to face Cleveland in the first round of the playoffs starting Sunday. That game tips off at 4 on TNT. Then it's Dallas in Memphis to face the Grizzlies with the Western Conference 8th seed on the line. Memphis, 9 games better than the Mavericks in the regular season, but their postseason chances come down to 1 game. Seems a little silly, doesn't it? 6:30 tip-off on ESPN. The playoffs get underway on Saturday with 4 games on the schedule. Milwaukee and Indiana at 10 o'clock. The Clippers facing the Nuggets at 12:30. Knicks hosting the Pistons at 3. All of those games are on ESPN. The final game, the Lakers hosting the Timberwolves at 5:30 on ABC. The other 4 series will start on Sunday. The Bucks shared some good news on Thursday. Guard Damian Lillard has been cleared of his deep vein thrombosis and is off blood-thinning medication, making his return to the team possible in the very near future. Lillard has missed the last 14 Milwaukee games. He won't play in Game 1 against the Pacers tomorrow, but should be back at some point in the series. Did not take long for the Sacramento Kings to find a new GM. They hired Scott Perry, formerly of the Detroit Pistons and New York Knicks front offices. The hiring comes just 1 day after the Kings were bounced from the play-in tournament by Dallas, and they let go GM Monte McNair. In the NFL, the Buffalo Bills are bringing back cornerback Tre'Davious White on a 1-year contract worth up to $6.8 million. White spent 7 years with the Bills, was a 2-time Pro Bowler in Buffalo before splitting last year between the Rams and the Ravens. You know, he's only 30 years old.
Wow.
He was way older than that. The NHL playoffs begin tomorrow with 2 Western Conference series. St. Louis at Winnipeg, Colorado at Dallas. 3 more series, New Jersey at Carolina, Ottawa, Toronto, and Minnesota, Vegas, all get started Sunday. And if you are a Valley hockey fan who stopped paying attention when the Coyotes bolted town, the Utah Hockey Club did not make the playoffs. So some things never change.
Yeah, right? I don't know why I'm hating on them.
It's such a weird...
Nothing to do with them.
I felt weird all year. You're thumbing through the channels, and there's the Utah Hockey Club playing on TV, on local TV, by the way. And you're like, I want the players to do well, but I don't want that. I don't want the city to do well. I don't want their fans to be happy. Is that petty?
Yeah.
All right, good.
But it's
mission accomplished.
No, listen, but again, I think it's partially appropriate, but where I divide on this thing was solely the function of a horrible owner.
That's right. The one person whose real fault it was is no longer involved in anything.
That's it. And, yeah. The whole thing is a disaster.
How did Alex Morello's name not come up in Mock My World this week?
Wow. Wow. That's a good point.
We all
Sammy tried to draft Coyotes leaving town as biggest disaster.
Yeah.
That's related to.
Yeah.
Biggest mistake.
Biggest mistake, that's right.
Yeah. There you go. There's your splash for Friday, April 18th. Coming up next, there was a slightly different tone to this year's end-of-season Suns press conference. We'll react to what Matt Ishbia, James Jones, and Josh Bartelstein had to say next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs, Marlins.
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh, my goodness. This thing is way gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his 4th of the year.
D-backs sweep the Marlins in Miami and begin a 3-game series at the Cubs this morning. D-backs Cubs coverage begins this morning at 10:30. Baseball brunch coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Vince Murata back to tell you about big things happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America. Their employee pricing event is happening now at Earnhardt Ford, and this is a big deal. It means you pay what employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with very few exceptions. And if you are considering a new vehicle, give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They are a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why people keep going back to Earnhardt to purchase vehicles. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford. Take advantage of employee pricing. They are conveniently located off the I-10 at Ray Road in Chandler. You can check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at EarnhardtFord.com. Employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. You pay what employees pay. Ford Motor Company, from America, for America. Get more info and peruse inventory at EarnhardtFord.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 Gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These Gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How much time should the Phoenix Suns take to hire their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Embarrassing season, right? Disappointed, awful. I watch every game like all of you guys do. No one's proud of it. No one's happy with it. From me to the front office, to the coaches, to the players, to the marketing executive, to the security guards. Everyone's disappointed, embarrassed, and it was a failure, right? We struggled. We didn't do a good enough job, and we got to do stuff different and change to be better. So there's no running from that. Obviously, I'm very disappointed. I think all of you guys are. It wasn't fun to watch, right? It wasn't fun to watch our team lose and not compete at the level that we all expected. And so, I'm here for it. I'm here to be accountable, just like, our players, coaches, front office, everyone is too. And so disappointing is the right word. Embarrassing, you can use whatever word you want to use on it, but not happy with the season.
That is Matt Ishbia, how he opened his press conference yesterday following that awful, disappointing, embarrassing season, whatever adjective you want to use.
I used a lot of them.
He did use a lot of them. And he covered a lot of ground. The biggest theme is there is change coming, but that's where it gets murky to me because there wasn't any real direction on what change is happening in the front office, if any, if there's going to be a new piece, if there's going to be just all new blood in the front office. I found it interesting that James Jones and Josh Bartlestein took the podium together after Matt Ishbia spoke.
Very interesting.
And neither one of those guys seemed very comfortable in doing that. I don't know if you had the same takeaway from that bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the first when I walked into the Verizon 5G Performance Center, the first thing I noticed, and I mentioned to a fellow media member, wow, there's only one seat up there. This is supposed to be a press conference of three, a table of three, and it's a table of one.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but I saw Kellen's tweet saying, hey, it was just a tweet of a picture that said, yo, and I noticed the same thing. I was like, there's one microphone there.
Yeah, there's one microphone and one chair. So that was the first sign that don't assume that because James Jones and Josh Bartlestein was there that they are safe. Now, I have my feelings on the matter. I think Josh Bartlestein will be safe, and I think James Jones will get fired. It's a feeling more than anything else because as the day went on, there was this it was a little bit awkward in the way that the questions were asked and answered, just basically about the protocol. Who is making decisions for the Phoenix Suns? Who has the final say? What is going on? And it created a lot of word salad. It created a lot of confusion. But if the idea they're selling is that I am an enabler, I fund the ideas that are brought to me, if that is what Matt Ishbia's position is, and it was, then James Jones is going to have to take the fall for it, in my opinion. Because if you're saying that I'm not the GM, I didn't put this team together, I just said yes to all these ideas they brought to me. Now, we know that's not the case with Kevin Durant, and that's where I think people get a little confused with all of this. But let's back up a second. And let's start here by saying this. I thought the beginning of the press conference went very, very well. I think Matt Ishbia was very, very relatable. I think he deserves credit for actually getting in front of the media, unlike the owners in Dallas. How they refused to do it. They sent a GM to hold a press conference with media with no cameras or taping devices allowed. Okay.
Did it actually even happen then?
Yeah, right. Exactly. So Matt Ishbia does deserve credit for that.
I agree.
But Matt, when he gets started, these press conferences, as I wrote today, Matt Ishbia press conferences should come with a bingo card because there's a lot of things that are going to happen, and they do inevitably. And here's a funny anecdote. I've got an app on my phone that transcribes interviews in real time. It's one of the greatest inventions ever for people, old school journalists like me, who the worst part of the job was always coming out of a press conference like yesterday.
Terrible.
And then having to spend the same amount of time you were at the press conference, even more, transcribing a tape recorder.
Yes.
My transcription app could not keep up with Matt Ishbia.
I was going to ask how accurate is it, but that might not be a function of the app.
I ended up deleting the whole file. It was useless. It was literally useless. I'm serious. Here's the other little anecdote that I saw yesterday, and this may mean absolutely nothing, but it struck me as something. When Matt Ishbia came out of the back room to meet the media, James Jones and Josh Bartelstein were walking the other way, and James said, "Hey, Matt," and sounded like a guy who hadn't talked to his boss in a long time. Right? And it sounded like, am I good here?
Well, did they need to be at this press conference if it was just going to lead to awkwardness and uncertainty? Like, couldn't Ishbia have just held this on his own? Did he need to involve them?
No.
Well, they did
if
that.
There was no
the same thing last year. Josh Bartelstein was not involved last year.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Ishbia spoke first. James Jones spoke second separately. I don't. After watching that portion of the press conference, my answer to Jarrett's question is no. I don't think they added much to.
No,
the knowledge
they were passing along Ishbia's
message. They were
there
there just to support Matt Ishbia. Both of them were. Everything they said was paying homage to Matt, which says a lot.
Here's another key point from what Matt Ishbia said yesterday.
I don't expect us to have the highest payroll in the NBA next year, and I don't expect us to not make the playoffs next year. So that answers both the question at the same time. But I'm aware of all the aprons, the first apron, the second apron, all the rules that tie to all those things, and we're definitely going to make adjustments but it's not to spend less money, right? Like, I make a lot of decisions here in Phoenix, and hopefully, back to I think answered one of the questions earlier about ownership. Like, I make a lot of decisions that are not about, like, most people own a business. It's like, how do you make money? The business is not here to make money. The business is here to win, do great things in the community, make a great fan experience, right? Set a right culture, be a leader in the NBA and WNBA, and win. And so we'll do some different things, but I don't expect us at the highest payroll next year.
I think that was actually the soundbite and where that app just crapped out. It's like, nope. Not happening, Bick.
No, not happening,
you will
man.
be transcribing today.
I'm just an app. What do you want from me? Yeah, so listen, I think one of the things that struck me was Matt Ishbia very early on said the changes will be undeniable. You won't be able to miss what I'm about to do here. So there was some promise of some heavy lifting very early on, that the changes are going to be undeniable. You'll notice them.
Well, and he talked
they're
about
coming.
Outlining an identity for Phoenix Suns basketball, which it sounds great, but how does an owner do that?
Yeah.
And isn't that always the goal? He talked about everybody being aligned, but, I mean, we were hearing the same stuff last year, and there was no alignment anywhere.
No.
In this basketball season.
No, that's exactly right. So I think, again, and he made a couple of references to, hey, if the owner's in alignment, the GM's in alignment, but the head coach doesn't really believe it, and you wonder if it's veiled shots at Mike Budenholzer.
Or not so veiled shots. And we're going to get into that later because there were some interesting things on that front, too.
Certainly. And then one of the more interesting pieces or segments of the press conference was when Matt Ishbia was asked about Stephen A. Smith's comments.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when things got real interesting.
Yeah, I have his answer here.
Yeah, so Stephen A. Smith, I don't take much he says seriously, I don't think many people do, to be honest with you. The things he said about Kevin Durant, just wrong and disrespectful. The things he said about LeBron James were just disrespectful and inappropriate. And so with that being said, I don't really think Stephen A. believes what he said. I think, he's doing his thing. He's on the mic and he's doing what he says. And I think he'll apologize to me because I think it's disrespectful to put my name and aligned with anybody that was kicked out of the league or no longer part. Like, yeah, if he wants to say for the first 2.5 years Matt Ishbia bought the team, we didn't win a championship, I think you probably said about almost every owner ever. But yeah, we had high expectations and we didn't win. We spent a lot of money and we didn't win. Yep. Be critical of me on that. But to even say that kind of stuff, like I said, that's just, I think, like I said, he'll apologize. I think he was out of line, and I think he knows that. I don't think he really believes that. With that being said, like, what is a great owner? Right? Like, my job, like I'm definitely not shooting. You don't want to see me shoot or play or coach. Like,
yeah.
Webster's defines an owner as.
Right.
It's like.
Right. But again, that's.
You could tell he was bothered by it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And the idea that he's expecting an apology from Stephen A. Smith, I wouldn't be expecting that if I were him. In fact, Stephen A. Smith, it's all, he's right. It's all performative with Stephen A. Smith, and it will continue to be performative this morning.
It's performative, but it's also pretty deep.
Yeah.
Because Stephen A. Smith, this is the perception of the Phoenix Suns, is that this is a 100% Matt Ishbia production.
Yes.
And a lot of what was said yesterday, there was a lot of questions asked on that front. I don't think there was a lot of clarification on the process.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Josh Bartlestein and James Jones backed it up. Yes, he's involved. He should be involved. He's the owner, but he's never made a trade. He's never told us. How many times did Matt Ishbia say, I don't watch film? But what Stephen A. Smith did is say Matt Ishbia is on the verge of becoming the worst owner.
Yes.
Based on the perception that he's running the show.
That he's doing everything.
James Jones hasn't received any national criticism.
That's another topic we're going to get into today, because it's really interesting to me how I mentioned the whole Dallas paradigm, how Nico Harrison is taking all the shrapnel, everything.
All of it.
All of it. In Phoenix, James Jones gets none of it. Because there's this assumption this is a Matt Ishbia production. And it's a very fair assumption when he came in and within 24 hours traded for Kevin Durant, a trade that James Jones didn't want any part of.
We mentioned it yesterday. James Jones is the only one with a resume.
That's right.
Of Bartlestein, of Ishbia, James Jones. James Jones is the one who did get the team to the finals in 64 wins the next year.
Yeah, and more to the point, Matt Ishbia came in yesterday and said, we need an identity, we need a culture here. He's the one who came in and traded away the identity and the culture. So listen, I think that we all knew you were going to get 6 bowls full of word salad. You like word salad, Jared? What do you think of word salad?
What kind of dressing?
Yeah. 6 bowls full of it, and we got it. But what's going to matter now is exactly what Matt Ishbia is planning on doing. What are the corrective course actions that are coming?
Huge questions. The NFL Draft is coming. We've got your chance to win a brand new NFL Draft hat repping your team. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Lock in your prediction for the first pick and try to nail as many picks as you can. The more you get right, the better shot you have to win. Again, that's going on at the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, Diamondbacks kept rolling in Miami. We'll go through the highlights and another win in D-Backs Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo.
Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house, and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
My name is Steve Black. I'm an orientation specialist with Fulton Homes. The whole purpose of the orientation is to educate and orient the new home buyer on all the features and functions of their new home. We also do somewhat of a quality control inspection of the home as we're walking through the home. With other builders, a lot of times it's a construction superintendent that's performing the walkthrough with the home buyer. The problem sometimes with that is you get that whole scenario of the fox guarding the hen house, where if there's deficiencies or if there's corrections that are needed, the construction superintendent is not going to want to identify those items because it's going to negatively affect them. So that's why with orientation specialists in place, you have a neutral third party that does not report to the construction department or sales. I only report to customer care or Mr. Fulton himself. So our primary goal is to make sure that that homeowner is not just a happy homeowner, but a customer for life.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win. The Snakes will head to Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns is on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including that championships are still coming to Phoenix.
So yes, there's always going to be ups and downs in any business. Of course I would love to win a championship my first 2 years as an owner. I promise you that was, but it didn't happen. But I promise you we will. We will win championships with an S at the end here in Phoenix, and I'm going to be here for it with you guys, and we'll have a more fun press conference then.
This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the Valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Diamondbacks wrapping up their stay in Miami Wednesday afternoon, looking for a 3-game sweep with Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound against Marlins right-hander Edward Cabrera. Corbin Carroll led off the game and struck out, but reached on a wild pitch. Then he stole second base. Then he stole third. That would be kind of a theme for the day. Geraldo Perdomo would get him in with a sac fly to give the D-backs a very early 1-0 lead. That lead stood for exactly 3 pitches, thanks to Pavin Smith.
The 0-2. There's a rocket off the bat to deep right field, and Stowers is going to watch it fly. Another home run for Pavin Smith in this series. He's got 3 on the year, and the D-backs double the lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, Smith homering for the second straight day to make it 2-0 after their first turn at bat. Xavier Edwards led off the Miami first with a single, was safe at second on a Connor Norby fielder's choice, and an error on D-backs second baseman Tim Tawa. Another theme of the day. Rodriguez then struck out Otto Lopez with 1 out. Eric Wagaman, the hitter.
Now the 1-0 swung on, hit out to deep right field. Carroll will not be able to get it. It's going to one-hop off the wall. That should be a ground rule double. First base umpire Jansen Visconti immediately signaling that that ball bounced over the wall, hit the railing, and came back onto the field of play. And that's going to be an RBI double for Wagaman. It's now 2-1.
Yeah, Marlins on the board. They'd get no more as Erod struck out Kyle Stowers and Dane Myers to end the inning with 2 Marlins in scoring position. D-backs would get the run back in the top of the third. Perdomo working a 6-pitch walk. That set the table again for Pavin Smith.
Runner goes again. That pitch swung on. That's a liner. Fair inside the left field line. Perdomo heads to third. He is going to be sent around. Now here comes the throw to the plate from Norby. It is safe! Just under the tag after a long look in by Ballou. And the D-backs lead it 3-1.
Yeah, aggressive base running. The Florida native Smith delivers Diamondbacks lead back to 2. It would grow even more in the 5th with 1 out. Tawa drew a walk and stole second. Jose Herrera flied out, but that brought up Corbin Carroll.
From the belt, the 1-1. Breaking ball, lined into right field, a base hit. And Stowers comes up firing. Here's the throw to the plate. It is off target. Tawa scores, and Carroll's RBI knock gives the D-backs a 4-1 edge.
Remember 2 seasons ago when we couldn't do D-backs daily without playing a Lourdes Gurriel Jr. highlight?
Yeah.
That's the way it is with Corbin Carroll right now.
Yeah.
The man is a menace.
He is a menace.
Another RBI for Carroll, 4-1. Carroll stole second. He would stay 180 feet away from home only momentarily, thanks to Geraldo Perdomo.
Runner goes again. Swing, ground ball, base hit, center field. Carroll will score with these. And an 0-2, 2-out RBI knocked by Perdomo increases the lead. It's now a 5-1 Diamondback edge.
Yeah, it was 5-1, but Miami kept coming. Javier Sanoja led off the bottom of the 4th with a double. That brought up Rob Brantley.
The 1-2 from Rodriguez. Swung on. That's a line shot into left field. That's a base hit. Gurriel dives to cut it off from splitting the gap. And that's a great play to hold Brantley to a single. A run does score. And the Marlins get one back. It's now 5-2.
For Brantley, listen to this stat. That was his first big league RBI, Bick, since 2017.
Wow.
Talk about toiling to get back to the big league.
Holy cow.
Although, is Miami really the big league?
Well, not really.
That's a discussion for another time. Cut the lead to 5-2. Rodriguez got out of the inning without further damage. Speaking of damage, may I present Josh Naylor to the proceedings?
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh, my goodness. This thing is way gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his 4th of the year, and the Diamondbacks get that run right back. It is 6-2.
Yeah, he jacked a 1-0 slider, 417 feet for his 3rd home run in as many games. Lead grows 6-2. Sloppiness returned in the 5th for the D-backs defense. Wagaman safe at first on a throwing error by Suarez leading off. Stowers then reached on an infield single. Later in the inning with 2 outs, more sloppiness.
There's the 0-1. In the dirt, it gets through the legs of Herrera. Trying to come home and score is Wagaman, and he will. Goodness, the defense has just broken down for the Diamondbacks in this 5th inning. And Rodriguez, what more can he do?
Lead down to 3. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had an opportunity to break things open in the 6th, but he popped out with the bases loaded, and the D-backs got nothing. Miami would inch closer in the 7th. Ryan Thompson on the mound for the D-backs retired Stowers and Mervis, the first 2 hitters of the inning. Then he walked Griffin Conine, gave up a single to Sanoja, and walked Liam Hicks, who was pinch hitting for Brantley. And then Torey Lovullo summoned Justin Martinez with the bases loaded, and he walked Xavier Edwards to force in a run. That made it 6-4. It's getting a little tense. J. Mart left him loaded, though, as he carved up Norby and got him looking to end the inning. Jalen Beeks allowed a leadoff walk in the 8th, but struck out 3 in a row to get things to A.J. Puck in the 9th. Conine doubled a leadoff, but Puck would get Sanoja and Hicks, leaving things up to Edwards, who represented the tying run for Miami.
Another pitch, another swing, ground ball to third. Suarez gloves, quick throw to first. It's in time. The ball game is over. And the D-backs sweep the Marlins by taking the finale. Final score, Diamondbacks 6 and Miami 4.
Yep, so the sweep is now in the books for the second straight year. The Diamondbacks enjoy playing in Miami, apparently.
They sure do. Yeah, it's not much of an opponent. It was clearly not the Diamondbacks' best effort. Right?
No, it was a weird game.
A very weird game.
They got out hit 13-5.
Yet they had 9 walks. So that hit total, it's not as bad as it looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the top 4 of the Diamondbacks lineup is
everything.
Unbelievable this season. They're unbelievable. The bottom 5 of the Diamondbacks lineup this season is unbelievably bad right now. It's the difference is unbelievable.
That's a lot of unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe what I'm saying.
I can't even believe how many times you said unbelievable. And that unbelievable rant, Jared.
There's your song of the day, Vinny. You're unbelievable.
To Jared's point, 5 through 9. Gurriel, Suarez, Thomas, Tawa, Herrera. 0 for 17 with 9 strikeouts.
Oof.
And look at their batting averages on the season, all those guys.
145, 149, 279, 211, 143.
What a bunch of humps, Jared.
But again, the top of the lineup, and that's even without Ketel Marte, the top of the lineup is doing so great that it's carrying the team.
Well, listen, couple things I've noticed. So Eduardo Rodriguez is off to a good start this season, but it seems like the team never plays defense well behind him. And I know they've been up and down defensively so far this year, but it seems like he always gets the bad defensive games.
Is it because he gets so many strikeouts? Don't they say, like, when the defense has to sit around a lot and watch without a lot of action, then they're not on their toes? I don't know.
It could be. And the other takeaway for this entire series, the replacements for Christian Walker and Jock Peterson, Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith, they were dramatically important in this series. So they
combined for 5 home runs.
Yeah. So this is the post Christian Walker era is off to a good start in Arizona. Here's the other thing too. Even though that was not really a work of art or an aesthetically pleasing baseball game, it's the sign of a good baseball team when you come off of a sweep of your opponent and then you line up Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly against the next team you're facing.
And
that's
that team
how you stack victories.
Is the Cub. That starts today.
The second time they're playing the Cubs this season, and they haven't even played an NL West team yet.
They'll be done with the Cubs.
But what's weird about it is that if you're going to look all the way ahead to the end of the season, we have been reminded that tiebreakers do matter in baseball. So you're going to want to take care of the Cubs this weekend.
Yep, 3-game series starts today at Wrigley Field, and we'll have it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next after tonight, we will finally know all of this year's NBA playoff teams, storylines, a look at the brackets, and who's going to win this thing. All coming up next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft next week.
I think we're about 95% the board. We'll run through a few scenarios and we'll do a few mock draft exercises amongst our staff, and we'll have something fun to talk about with you guys on Thursday night.
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I have so many friends that invest and have financial advisors, and they tell me they hear from those guys like once a year. What makes you different?
I have a very simple rule. Communication is everything in a financial relationship, because if you can't communicate, things are going to be missed. I think it's really important. All of my clients have my personal cell phone number. It's important that they reach me when they need to reach me.
Now, how can you do a great job for somebody when you're only contacting them once a year? You can't, right?
Listen, we are in an evolving world. Things are changing quickly. We don't know what's going to happen with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. We need to have a plan, but we need to be ready to call an audible if things change.
Now, if you have a financial advisor that only contacts you once a year, you need to find out about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Oh, it's that time of the year we've been waiting for here in Phoenix, Arizona. The beginning of the NBA. They're beginning all right.
Oh, they are beginning.
The Suns' invitation got lost in the mail.
That's it.
Lost in the sauce.
That's it.
NBA playoffs, the last 2 play-in games are tonight, so the 8 seeds will be determined. You got Dallas and Memphis going at it for the right to get their heads kicked in by Oklahoma City. And then you got the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks for the right to take on the 64-win Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round. So lots of rewards being handed out.
Well, yeah, and if you're the Suns and you're really interested in Chris Quinn, an assistant coach under Eric Spoelstra, you kind of want the Miami Heat to lose so you can kind of get on that process if he is indeed one of the highlighted candidates. As you and I have discussed, though, there are some fascinating matchups in these postseasons. You never know who's going to stay healthy throughout the whole thing. But
I know the answer to that. Nobody. Will. Mikal Bridges will.
That's it.
And that's it.
That's it. Everybody else will, yes, will go down at some point in time.
Even tonight in the play-in game, Memphis and Dallas. Ja Morant is a game-time decision with an ankle injury. And here's one thing that doesn't get talked about Ja Morant very often. He is always hurt. He's never played. If you look at his seasons, the games played, it's never began with the number 7. It's always been 6 or lower.
Really?
So he misses a ton of games.
Okay.
I wasn't aware. I mean, that's not part of his image like it is so many other players.
Oh, but he's also a thin, smallish guard who is constantly attacking the basket.
Now, a lot of the time missed has been suspension too.
Exactly.
So there is that. Yeah. But so if he can't play tonight, or if he's not effective, I think
Dallas could win that game.
The Nico Harrison redemption tour continues.
It's really an Anthony Davis redemption tour, but so there's that, and then you'll get your matchups. You're right. It's really patently absurd. The play in this year, it just doesn't have any. It doesn't have any meaning.
No, it doesn't, and I don't know. I mean, it's kind of indicative of where the NBA is. It's always the same teams. It seems like it's always Miami.
It's always the Bulls.
It's always Chicago. Yep. It's always Sacramento. Jonas Valanciunas has played in the play-in like 6 years in a row.
Atlanta's been in the play in the last 4 years, I think they said.
So the Warriors have been in it the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
That is true, and they lost last year. But look, we're not giving either one of the 8 seeds any chance in the first round, right?
No.
So let's glaze over those. So Oklahoma City advances. The Denver Nuggets, LA Clippers, 4-5 matchup in the West. Arguably the best, most even matchup. And two teams going in different directions, really.
Mm-hmm.
Denver has some championship pedigree left on its team, but a lot of pressure on them now because they did fire their head coach. And for a team in Los Angeles, the Clippers are playing excellent basketball and nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, they're really a dark horse of this whole thing. James Harden and Kawhi Leonard are cooking right now, and that team plays maniacal defense.
When you say dark horse, do you mean actually to upset Oklahoma City eventually?
I was getting to because that is a very if that indeed does happen, and I think the Thunder sweep in 4, and I think the Clippers are going to beat the Nuggets in 7.
Yeah. Here's the other thing, and I don't know what's behind this. It's become a lot more common for teams to win playoff series without the home court advantage. Happened 6 times in last year's postseason.
Wow.
And some people think, well, maybe that's a function of the trade deadline where lesser-seeded teams like the Warriors, they're different than they were. They're different than what their record suggests. I don't know what else, but here's what I do think that's interesting. There are a lot of people who put Oklahoma City in the foul grifter category.
Uh-huh.
You know what happens in the postseason? They swallow whistles for the most part. It's why James Harden is never the same guy.
Yeah.
Because he isn't parked at the free throw line. Is that going to be an Achilles heel for Oklahoma City?
Good question.
Foul hunting teams do not get rewarded in the postseason.
That is a good point. But we are talking about even
Shai
Gilgeous-Alexander being at a different level than he's been in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And he is really adept at getting to the foul line, too, but he can beat you in so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Lakers, Timberwolves in the 3-6 matchup. I like the Lakers in this series. Minnesota, I think, even though they won 49 games, has been a bit of a disappointment this year. I thought they were a team, even though they made big changes, I thought they were a team that was going to elevate, and they have not done that. I think they're looking at a first-round exit.
They've only lost 4 games since March.
The Timberwolves?
Mm-hmm.
Still like the Lakers in the series.
Oh, I think same, but they're...
Yeah, so do I. Luka's kind of rounding into form a little bit, and what a form that is, Jarrett.
And he dominates.
Doughy.
Round is a form.
And he dominates.
Circle is a shape.
He still hasn't dunked as a member of the Lakers, by the way. Isn't that a fun fact?
Not a basketball. There's been plenty of Oreos and donuts.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah.
And is everybody on this show picking the Warriors to beat the Rockets?
I'm
the
not.
7 seed.
You're not? You got
I think
the
the
Rockets?
Rockets win.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the winner, by the way, of the NCAA tournament bracket that's speaking right now. This guy does his research.
This is not the NCAA.
No, it is
It's
not.
true.
It is not.
The one thing about, I would say other than Oklahoma City, the rest of the West is very sort of evenly matched.
Yes.
Because usually in the NBA playoffs, it's easy to pick the first round because it's best of 7, and the better team almost always wins. But it's hard to even say which is the better teams in a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, it is.
Part of it is because nobody takes the regular season that seriously.
Well, that's true, too. But I also think your point to the depth, Oklahoma City is clearly the best team, but it wouldn't shock me to see anybody 2 through 7 make a run. Not maybe to win it, but make a run. Like, would it shock you if Houston won that series and ended up in the conference finals? No.
No.
But I could say the same thing about Golden State as the 7th seed.
Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot of whole shocking scenarios.
A lot of people are saying no, like you just did. Watch out for the Clippers. But would it shock you if Jokic got really, really hot and the pedigree of that team and they won that series and then
not at all?
Yeah,
not at all. But I do like the Clippers in that series. In the Eastern Conference, 4-5, Indiana, Milwaukee, yawn. Celtics, Orlando, yawn. That's going to be over quick. The Knicks and the Pistons. That is the series to watch in the Eastern Conference.
Yes, it is. And a lot of pressure on the Knicks to get. If the Knicks get upset in this thing, there's.
Is that the Kevin Durant team?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think it's being a little blown out of proportion. The Pistons haven't made the playoffs in some time. I think the Knicks roll them, but it is the Pistons play hard. They could frustrate the Knicks, but I don't know. The East first round matchups are a little yawn, like you said, in general.
Will we see a fight in the Pistons-Knicks series? The Pistons are starting to embrace this little bad boys part 2 thing.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got some guys that get under the skin of others.
Uh-huh.
I think there's going to be some hurt feelings in this one.
I think there's going to be some elbows thrown. I think it's going to be a very, very physical series.
I think the Knicks win that series too. I think Sammy makes a good point that this is new for the Pistons, and they did add some veteran talent to really make that leap to 44 wins this year.
Right.
But I don't think they're ready for the stage. But that would set up the Knicks, Celtics. And the Knicks, for as good as they were, they can't beat the top teams. They can't beat Boston. They can't beat Cleveland. They can't beat Oklahoma City.
Right. It's not hyperbolic. They literally didn't
had
beat any of them.
No. They were 0 for the season against those teams.
Which is why the KD thing sounds like a reasonable outcome. Because what are the Knicks doing if they can't touch those two teams in front of them? It'll be interesting. A lot of people think Cade Cunningham could blow up in this postseason. Great young player for Detroit, but then again, the Knicks have got a couple of really good defenders they can throw at him. Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby.
Yeah. And playoff Jalen Brunson is a thing too.
Yep.
To the Bucks Pacers series, real quick. I know we yawned and glazed over it, but if the Bucks get semi-embarrassed, could Giannis just be like, I'm out, I'm done with this?
This is why people are watching what the Bucks do this postseason, because there's a feeling. There was a feeling going on that if Damian Lillard did not come back this postseason, and he's clearly going to come back.
Yeah, just not tomorrow.
Right. That Giannis may not feel comfortable pulling the plug because he never got that postseason experience with Dame. But Sammy's right. If this team is mostly healthy and flames out, I don't know what that means for Giannis in Milwaukee.
What is it? Let's do the other 4 seed in the West, Denver. What if they lose in the first round? And we're previewing basketball in October with Nikola Jokic as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Traded straight up for Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves.
I feel like Jokic doesn't. Does he care enough to force his way out of town like that?
He doesn't seem like the type, and he and LA don't mix. But going back to the Knicks point on
sitcom.
Watching the Knicks through the Kevin Durant prism, sign me up. If that's where he lands, sign me up. I want to see him in that.
That
setting.
Oh,
yeah.
So do I.
It's a pressure cooker there.
Yeah, can't wait till he gets into the DMs of writers in New York. That's going to be quite something.
I know he played in New York for 3 years. I know it's different.
It's much different. It's much different. Yeah. And I know there was pressure, but that pressure would be ramped up tenfold if he's wearing blue and orange of the Knicks.
Wow.
Coming up next, Matt Ishbia and the Suns brass spoke a lot yesterday, but did they make you feel any better about being a Suns fan with what they said? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. I don't care if they had me, you, and Mitch playing alongside of them. You feel like you should win more than 36 games. Mitch, what do you think about that?
I'll try to run point better than Tyus. How's that?
You know the point. You've got one player who's considered one of the greatest players that's ever played the game, still playing at the highest level. And you've got a guy who until this year had been a perennial all-star, an Olympian, and on his way to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And you would think that you could surround those guys with Mo, Larry, and Curly and win more than 36 basketball games.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up.
Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay. As we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you gotta call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win.
0-2. There's a rocket off the bat to deep right field, and Stowers is going to watch it fly. Another home run for Pavin Smith in this series. He's got 3 on the year, and the D-backs double the lead. It's 2-0.
The Snakes will head to Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs. And Corbin Burns on the mound today. First pitch at 11:20, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including the biggest change he'll make this offseason.
The biggest change that I want to talk about is, on me. I'm accountable to this one, which is I have to do a better job of setting the identity of the Phoenix Suns. I've been out in Phoenix for the last 2.5 years. I love the community. It's great. The fans are great. I want to put a team out there on the court that everyone's proud of.
This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away. WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Luke. How much time should the Phoenix Suns take to hire their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So yes, there's always going to be ups and downs in any business. Of course I would love to win a championship my first 2 years as an owner. I promise you but it didn't happen. But I promise you we will. We will win championships with an S at the end here in Phoenix, and I'm going to be here for it with you guys, and we'll have a more fun press conference then.
That's Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, yesterday, I think, hitting an item that would appear on Vic's bingo card.
Yeah, that was championships. Yes, that was on the bingo card.
Yeah, and if you don't know what we're talking about, Vic wrote about, that was the entry into his column yesterday, his reaction to the Matt Ishbia, James Jones, Josh Bartelstein press conference. Great article, great column. You can read it now on ArizonaSports.com. And look, we kind of previewed that. That was going to be the talk. Now, the tone was a lot different. The tone was downtrodden, obviously. Last year, there was a tone of disappointment, somewhat. This year, it was undeniable. And I think Matt Ishbia, and you said it earlier, give him credit. Not everybody feels the obligation to speak to the fans, to answer the questions from the media after something goes so horribly wrong. And I think that in combination with firing another head coach after a year, he stood up there and he got the arrow shot at him and he answered every question. Now, you could tell he was disgusted with what he saw, but there was those moments of optimism, talking about making big changes, talking about setting a better tone for the whole organization.
I will do a better job, and I am accountable to setting the vision and the tone for the Phoenix Suns basketball organization, and I've not done a good enough job so that it'll be very clear when a player is being traded for that it's like, oh yeah, he's kind of like that. He fits that mold, and I will be part of that, and that's my job. But I don't know all 450 players in the NBA, and I definitely don't know every player coming out in the draft. And for people to think that I'm going to know that, or like people like this, oh, Ishbia, what a horrible decision. Like you can blame me for what you want, but I'm involved to a point, but I'm not analyzing film, etc.
Was that kind of a subconscious, hey, Kevin Durant didn't fit the mold of what we want. Bradley Beal didn't fit the mold of what we want. Did you take it that way?
Yeah, I did take it that way. And I think that answer, along with many of the answers, kind of danced around this idea of exactly how involved is Matt Ishbia when it comes to these deals, when it comes to the player acquisition, because you can sit there and say we had more talent than a 36-win team, which he said repeatedly yesterday.
Which is true.
Which he certainly puts on Mike Budenholzer, and it is true. But the roster certainly isn't good enough to win a championship, and the roster certainly had a lot of things that, in retrospect, are not very logical, from position overlap to a poor selection of bigs to all that stuff. So, again, I think that when he promised at the very beginning that big changes are coming, they will be undeniable, you will notice. Those words, you will notice when I do what I'm about to do. Okay, that's interesting to me, because I do think that at this point in time, words are very, very, very cheap.
Yes.
We've heard a lot of words from this regime, and we have not had really the results. So I want to see exactly what this looks like. I'm curious what it means for the general manager position of this basketball team and what it looks like. But if you expected Matt Ishbia to come in yesterday and say, you know what, I'm going to back up a little bit and let the basketball people do this, he did just the opposite. He said, I'm getting more involved. I need to come in and set down the tone of what I expect, of what I want this culture to be, of what I want this identity to be. And we are going to play hard. The point he continued to hammer home was, we may lose more games next year, but you're going to like our basketball team.
Yeah.
Okay.
But going to your point, He is getting more involved. There's one of the things that's not changing, I'm very confident in saying this, is the number of hours in a day. And I shudder to think, with my current energy levels, what Matt Ishbia's schedule is like. And if he's getting more involved, does that mean less involvement in his mortgage company, which is another bingo card item that comes up in every press conference?
Right.
He is spending a lot of time with the mortgage company in Michigan. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's his business. The Suns are his business now too. But is it possible for him to? I mean, there's only still two ends of the candle. I mean, I could use all the phrases. How much more involved can he get?
Well, and that's the whole thing. Because if the idea is that Matt Ishbia is the bottom line decision maker, the buck stops with him kind of guy, yet he's like going from this mindset to that mindset to this mindset. I don't know either if that's a good thing. At the same time, this is I think where he took the most offense to everything that went on. The idea that Stephen A. Smith and others are placing him in this category over here as a terrible owner. That's not fair to Matt Ishbia because he's not. And
he was specifically insulted by being compared to Donald Sterling.
Yeah. Well, and this is but
for multiple reasons.
But he's got a right to be offended by that because what has he done wrong? He traded for Bradley Beal. That's a lot different than what Donald Sterling did. It's a lot different than what Ted Stepien did. When you look at what he did, trading for Kevin Durant did not work, but we all kind of agreed that was worth a shot, right? I do. I'm not gonna be a revisionist and claim I was against it. I wasn't. The Bradley Beal thing, though, that was really a dumb thing to do, and so I think that is where you look at him and go, what were you thinking? Why? But on the scale of mistakes, that is compared to what he has, and when you talk about his commitment to his other primary business, you want an owner who uses his sports team as legacy, not as profit.
Which is what he said, and not about making money.
It's not about making money.
And that's what works. That's what Ken Kendrick is going on with the Diamondbacks right now. You don't want the owner who is needing the money from the team because you ain't winning the championship with that kind of owner.
Yeah. But
So,
going
I
back
don't
to
know,
the
man.
Beal situation that led to the Stephen A. Smith comments that he's the worst, they're bordering on being the worst owner in the history of professional sports. I don't even think he said basketball. I think he said professional sports.
Yeah.
Again, in real time, we called it idiotic. It's an idiotic thing to say. But we are led to believe that Matt Ishbia's basketball people approached him and said, what about Bradley Beal? I happen to know his agent pretty well. I think he'll waive his no-trade clause to come to Phoenix. What do you say? We're led to believe that he just stamped it and said, okay, do this.
Yeah.
It was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
But it's also the perception because we don't know what the power structure is in the front office. And perceptually, nationally, and locally, is that he is the one pulling the strings. And because all this happened right after he took over as owner, it feels like he came in and just said, like, I want all these fancy toys because, the new owner syndrome. And we still don't even know. We don't, going forward, it could say that he's not involved. He's just the final stamp. But we don't know how the restructuring in the front office is going to go.
No, we don't. He talked about new owner syndrome, too.
New owner syndrome, that's just what the media likes to say. Just if we make a bad trade or something doesn't work the way we expect, it must be the new owner doing what we, I think it's an honor to be an owner in the NBA and the WNBA. And it's a privilege to be able to answer these questions. And it's going to be a privilege to answer these questions every year with you guys. And I believe that my job is to set the tone. My job is to set the vision. My job is to help execute that vision, to find the right people to deliver that, and to deliver that to the Suns fans and the Mercury fans here in Phoenix. And when we don't, I'll stand here and tell you we didn't do a good enough job. But new owner syndrome, he's trying to make a splash. Like, no, we're trying to win. And and I'm going to follow the lead of the basketball experts because I think I know basketball real well, but I don't know it as well as my front office or the scouts or the coaches. And so, I'm with them, but I'm collaborative and I'm part of it. But don't think that I'm going to be, he owns a team, he's going to come to a couple games and say good job, guys, and keep it moving. That's not me, and that's never going to be me here in Phoenix.
There was a minute worth of talk there. There was 4 words that stand out that absolve him from what Stephen A. Smith accused him of. And those 4 words, we're trying to win. That's all it is.
Yeah, I agree. But
sometimes you don't know how to go about trying to win.
Yeah, and sometimes you learn some real painful lessons.
Yeah, and I think that's happening.
I think so, too.
Yep. Coming up next, we will delve into some football. An unemployed middle-aged man is mad at his former employer for firing him with cause. We'll discuss Aaron Rodgers' latest comments next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What you got going on this weekend? Highly recommend, if you got some time, go visit my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you are going to find the best selection, you're going to find great prices, and you are going to get red carpet service. Here's why you shop at Waltz. They can take your fandom to the next level. They've got all the great big screen televisions you're looking for, all the way up to 115 inches. You can see that in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular. It's also outdoor season in Arizona. They've got a great selection of outdoor televisions. The quality has gone through the roof in recent years. No more glare, perfect HD picture outside. Check those out. They've got a great selection of audio components, from state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line speakers to sound bars. You put the right combination together, you are going to have magic. Now, Waltz also will give you the kind of prices you expect from the big box stores, and to prove it, they'll price match any price you bring them, and they'll give you 30 days of price protection after that. They'll also give you expertise and installation options you will not get anywhere else. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their expertise is unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or reach them by calling 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. SwishRadio.com, code GROW.
Ready! Get ready for the weekend with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, your home of the no-fee emergency. Call now to book your appointment time for today, tonight, or later this week. We're here to help. With Ready Services, you'll enjoy free estimates, no trip charge, no after-hour fees, no weekend fees. You can even get a free second opinion on your big job. Always ready since 1957, saving you money and doing business the right way. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
two words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I figured that when I flew across country on my own dime, that there was going to be a conversation. And the confusing thing to me, and the strange thing, was I meet with the coach, we start talking, he runs out of the room. I'm like, that's kind of strange. Then he comes back with the GM, and I'm like, all right. So we sit down in the office, and I think we're going to have this long conversation. I've flown across the country, and 20 seconds in, he goes, so do you want to play football? And I was like, yeah, I'm interested. And he said, we're going a different direction at quarterback. So I said, huh? And he goes, we just want to know how you want it released, the messaging. What I thought was going to be a couple-hour meeting turned into like a 15-minute meeting. And I walked out of there. There was no me pleading like, please have me on the team. No, I wasn't upset about it. I was surprised. I felt like there wasn't an ample amount of respect in that meeting. But I guess I shouldn't have been surprised based on some of the things I saw over the 2 years.
Wow. He is just a national treasure, isn't
Aaron
he?
Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show. Look, he opened up all the windows and doors and let everybody into his experience because he gives details in his storytelling that you just don't hear other athletes do. And from it's two sides of the coin. On one side of the coin, it's gold. Because here we are talking about him again in the offseason where he's done nothing and hasn't even signed with a team. On the other side of the coin, if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, Cleveland Browns, Minnesota Vikings, that was the last bit of proof I needed not to get into business with Aaron Rodgers.
How about it?
If you needed any more.
No, yeah, exactly. So I think I'm not sure what Aaron Rodgers is doing in terms of what he wants from his football career. It's pretty clear to me that he is making the Pittsburgh Steelers wait because he wants something else, probably the Minnesota Vikings to call him, right? So, but again, we're going to get to another NFL draft, and it's going to be Aaron Rodgers is going to be the sidebar story.
Yeah, I mean, it will be because it's still going to be hanging out there. But in terms of what it was shared yesterday, Aaron Rodgers said it's not about the money. He told all teams interested he would play for $10 million, which is a lot of money, but not a lot of quarterback money. It's a very affordable figure for teams that would be interested to bring him in. He also said this about some of the things he's been reading about what's being reported about him.
I've really appreciated the time I talked to the various teams, but there's been a lot of narratives that have not been anywhere near accurate. Starting with the Jets, continue with something I just read about, me pitching something to the Vikings. I know Ben, I only know this again because of me. Ben was on the show talking about me waiting around for the Vikings. That's not accurate either.
Yeah, and Pat McAfee asked this.
Is retirement still on the field? Like, where are you whenever it comes to like playing or not playing? Playing for $10 million, by the way, makes it very easy for a lot of teams to be able to accommodate you. What does that mean?
Well, that's what I told him in March. In the beginning, in the very beginning, you can ask any one of the teams I talked to. That was the conversation. But also the conversation about where I was at in my personal life, the stuff I'm dealing with off the field, in my inner circle. That has to take my attention right now. And so I wasn't, stringing anybody along. I wasn't holding anybody hostage. I was honest from the jump about where I was at mentally. and some of the constraints that I have in my life right now that warrant my attention. So yeah, I'm open to anything and attached to nothing. So yeah, retirement still could be a possibility.
When I heard him say that and the way he approached it, I wanted to say like he's done. I'll go as far to say this: I don't think when training camps open, I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be on a roster.
Really?
I think this is going to be hanging over the league's head, all these teams' head, football fans' head, the media's head, until at least August. I could see him trying to portray himself, hey, I'm riding in on the white horse in September because so-and-so got hurt in week 4, and here I am.
Yeah.
But
Roger Clemens did that for like 3 years in a row. Where he
Aaron Rodgers is in George's box.
Goodness gracious.
Well,
I've never seen anything like it, John.
I think I completely agree with you. The last thing you said. I think Aaron Rodgers wants no part of mini camp or OTAs or any of this stuff. I think he's gonna just stay parked until August.
Yeah,
is what I think. It's pretty clear to me he doesn't want to play in Pittsburgh, and I don't. And the Steelers are in a weird position now because the only quarterback they've got on their roster is Mason Rudolph, and they went out and bought DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
And so,
but they're also the type of organization that is, whether you want to say confident or cocky enough, that thinks like, that's good enough. We could make Mason Rudolph work. We're the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's true, but I think to Bick's point, the Rodgers connection there, it never seemed like an ideal fit, even though he was in a structured situation and a team with culture in Green Bay. Pittsburgh's a little bit different. I don't think he wants any part of that either.
No, I think there's a lot of pressure there. I think that Mike Tomlin probably has conditions that he would expect from Aaron Rodgers that probably does not interest Aaron Rodgers.
Not only that, you want to have your performance picked apart every week by Dave Damashek?
No. Well.
Who the hell is this joker?
Damashek can be brutal.
Oh, yeah.
I think probably the ideal fit for him is not the Steelers because they're too good, not the Browns because it's too much of a disaster. It probably was the Giants because it was like an okay organization that doesn't have the highest expectations next year, but he could go in and start. And for whatever reason, the Giants signed every other veteran quarterback except him.
Yeah. And there's still some rumors that they're going to draft a quarterback next week.
And how about the Jets flying in Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, when he started out the story by saying, I flew across the country on my own dime.
On my own dime.
Yeah.
Now, it's funny because I actually agree. Like, if you were going to handle the meeting like that, why did it need to be face-to-face? But had they saved Aaron Rodgers the trip on his dime and told him over Zoom or over the phone, he'd be on Pat McAfee saying, I was disrespected. They didn't even tell me to my face.
You're exactly right.
Can I also point out that the Jets gave him $70 million of those dimes to do nothing?
Yeah. I know. The idea now that he's above the circus that he created there, it is just, it's Aaron Rodgers.
It is, all in a nutshell.
Yep.
The NFL Draft is coming. We've got your chance to win a brand new NFL Draft hat. Repping your favorite team, just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Lock in your prediction for the first pick. Try to nail as many picks as you can. The more you get right, the better shot you have to win. Coming up next, Sammy Sabulka is going to take us through the big stories on this Friday in the Rush Hour Reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs, Marlins.
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh, my goodness. This thing is way gone. Home run. Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his 4th of the year.
D-backs sweep the Marlins in Miami and begin a 3-game series at the Cubs this morning. D-backs Cubs coverage begins this morning at 10:30. Baseball brunch coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. And maybe you've wondered about that nickname, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. The sweet nickname came from our guy Petros Papadakis, who could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be that nice outside of the courtroom, and the nickname just kind of stuck. But no, this Sweet James and his stable of attorneys, anything but sweet, anything but nice to the opposition you will face if you're ever injured in an accident. And I'm talking, of course, about those insurance companies. Sweet James accident attorneys are going to do a lot of stuff for you, a lot of good stuff. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll get your car fixed. They'll get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. What sets them apart is their attorneys have extensive trial experience, gives them great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. This is why they not only win 98% of the time, but they win big. They win the most. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime. Also, remember, the consultation is free, the call is free, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, big savings at Liberty GMC. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? If you've been waiting to upgrade, now's the time. We've got discounts across our entire lineup, including $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon, or 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV. Whether it's a truck, SUV, or EV, there's a deal for everyone.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the series sweep over the Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win. The Snakes will be at Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game stint with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns will be on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including the biggest change he'll want to make this offseason.
The biggest change that I want to talk about is, on me. I'm accountable to this one, which is I have to do a better job of setting the identity of the Phoenix Suns. I've been out in Phoenix for the last 2.5 years. I love the community. It's great. The fans are great. I want to put a team out there on the court that everyone's proud of.
This report is brought to you by Native Grill and Wings. Great food, cold drinks, and nonstop sports action. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It's 7:32, and it's finally Friday. Gentlemen, we have come to the last day of the week, and a lot to respond to in the sports world after a Thursday filled with a lot of Matt Ishbia conversation, and that's where we'll begin. Matt Ishbia, James Jones, and Josh Bartelstein talked to the media yesterday, and just going through the amount of sound this morning, there's a lot going on with this team, including even some optimism from Matt Ishbia.
So yes, there's always going to be ups and downs in any business. Of course, I would love to win a championship my first 2 years as an owner. I promise you that was, but it didn't happen. But I promise you we will. We will win championships with an S at the end here in Phoenix, and I'm going to be here for it with you guys, and we'll have a more fun press conference then.
So I don't know if optimism is the necessary word or one word to describe what we heard yesterday. What is the one word that you would describe what you heard from those three yesterday?
Dissatisfaction for me, because you could talk about the optimism and winning championships and all of those things, but the harsh reality of what the Suns are facing is still very much in place. Yep. And I don't think they've got a plan to overcome that right now, and nor should they, because they kind of put themselves in this situation. So I think it was an acknowledgement of dissatisfaction that this is not acceptable. Things are going to change, but the how they change to me is the more fascinating part over the next few months.
We might have some technical difficulties.
Yeah,
there we go.
We got it. My thinking on this was a little bit of both. I thought that Matt Ishbia early on was accountable and did say all the right things, and then I think it got into a lot of the unbridled optimism that he is known for. At the end of it all, they were just a ton of words were said, but they're just words. I want to see the actions and what it looks like, and then I'll decide whether or not there's hope for the immediate future.
Yeah, the actions and what it looked like were definitely under what we had expectations for and what many had expectations for. And so ESPN actually handed out some end-of-season grades for all 30 NBA teams. And before I tell you what grade the Suns were given, here's Matt Ishbia on how he would describe how the season went.
Embarrassing season, right? Disappointed, awful. I watch every game like all of you guys do. No one's proud of it. No one's happy with it. From me to the front office, to the coaches, to the players, to the marketing executive, to the security guards. Everyone's disappointed.
And if Matt Ishbia were the parent of the Phoenix Suns, he would be very disappointed in the Suns receiving an F grade. One of only two teams, us and the 76ers. Is it fair to say that they were the most disappointing team in the NBA this year?
Well, listen, I think that the 76ers have more alibis. They had a greater degree of significant injuries to deal with.
Yes. They also had far less wins,
but they also had far less wins. So at that point, the level of they're both F minuses, both places.
Yeah, but I think the injury, you have to consider the injury thing for Philadelphia, and I think that makes the Suns season more disappointing.
And the fact that the Suns don't have their own pick and the 76ers could, and as long as it's in the top seven.
The 76ers have a lot more flexibility than the Suns do.
Right. The Diamondbacks, they got a sweep. They ride the MLB's longest winning streak, 5 in a row, to Wrigley. And Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith certainly left their mark on the Marlins series. And now we have Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly all lined up to pitch in Wrigley. So who will leave the biggest mark in Chicago this weekend?
Ooh, is there anybody... I'm going to say, I have a reason for saying
all right.
This. Alec Thomas.
Ooh.
Just went to Miami. The Marlins drafted Josh Naylor.
Mm-hmm.
Pavin Smith is from Florida. Those guys had a field day in that ballpark. So let's keep with that local theme. Alec Thomas is a local Chicago kid.
Chicago.
Chicago. I'm going to go with Alec Thomas, making the
Bears.
biggest mark on the weekend there, Sammy.
I think this weekend, I'm hoping this weekend is going to be what the Diamondbacks' peak rotation looks like. I think Corbin Burns is ready for a sensational outing.
I hope you're right.
I hope I'm right, too. And then I think Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly are going to fall in line. I got high hopes this weekend.
The Alec Thomas thing could be a little precursor for our last topic here in a second, but the NFL draft is a week away, and the Cardinals general manager, Monty Austin Fort, his phone has not been ringing yet. He has this to say.
No, and that's not unusual. Like like a lot of people make calls this time of year and there's nothing substantive to them until it's amazing what being on the clock actually does. So that'll happen next Thursday.
I told him, Craig, to trade all the picks and get back up into one like 3-4 times. That'd be great.
So obviously his phone's not ringing right now when it comes to making trades for the NFL draft. It's 6 days away, but do you believe Monty Austin Fort's phone will be ringing over the draft, and will he make a trade this draft season?
I don't know. They're in such a weird spot. It's because somebody's going to want to have to get up to 16 to be even a viable trade partner. And in going through some of these mock drafts, I don't know who might be left at 16 that would prompt a team below them to come back up and get something. The only thing I can kind of rally around is if, say, Shedeur Sanders was still sitting there at 16, which I don't think he will be, because the Giants, in my opinion, would be derelict if they drafted a QB at 3 overall, but they're also in the back end of the first round, and they might jump up. But I don't see an asset being around that 16 level that's going to prompt any movement.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable enough in the quarterback position because that's what drives most of what happens in terms of first-day movement. So we know Cam Ward's going to be off the board. I suspect Shedeur Sanders is going to be off the board. Is anybody going to get panicky and move up for Jackson Dart and throw a ransom at Monty Austin Fort to move up to 16?
I
think there will be. I think there's always talks. I think there's always going to be phones ringing and conversations. But I'm kind of like Bick. I don't know if I feel confident in saying that he'll make a trade on day one.
I tend to agree. And last but certainly not least, we've talked about the Matt Ishbia bingo card a little bit today, and so with the weekend that we have with some D-backs baseball, NBA, NHL playoffs, a PGA Tour elevated event, I wanted to make a quick little Bickley and Murata bingo card, and I'll have the results to you on Monday. So what's one thing that you believe will happen in the sports world this weekend?
Ooh.
I've got the Diamondbacks sweeping the Cubs.
All right, D-backs sweep Cubs.
And I've got Scotty Scheffler winning the RBC.
Okay, Scotty winner.
Because Scotty hasn't won a tournament this year, and I think it's really bugging him.
You had me at Arby's. What? One thing that will happen in the sports world this weekend, I'm gonna say we're gonna get a 50-point output from somebody.
In the NBA?
In the NBA playoffs.
Ooh.
I like
on the
that.
first 2
Edwards.
days. Could be
Shai
Edwards, could be
Gilgeous-Alexander,
Jokic.
Okay.
Nikola Jokic.
Could be Steph.
Jarrett, you have anything? The blank stare.
That was the definition of a blank stare.
It's okay.
Did you just say something about me?
No.
Stephen A. Smith has been ranting for 9 straight minutes.
I can't wait to hear this.
That's okay.
It's not anything like
you're good,
great. It's him. It's his classic. Put it on. He talks like this, and then it talks like this.
It's
so
okay.
it's a lot of.
It's okay. I'll have 2 then. I think
that was classic.
I'll tease it that he did apologize for referring to comparing him to Donald Sterling. He said that was a mistake and inappropriate.
Okay.
But he didn't apologize for calling him the worst owner ever. Well, we'll get to this later.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
My quick ones, I think Corbin Carroll will not have 1 but 2 home runs this weekend.
Okay.
And I believe the Diamondbacks starting pitching with Gallen, Kelly, and Burns will combine for less than 5 earned runs.
Okay.
So there's
Wow.
your
good.
Dan Bickley and Vince Murata bingo card.
I
We'll
like
update you on Monday, and you've been rebooted.
Thank you, Sammy.
I like the idea of our listeners creating Bickley and Murata bingo cards.
I like that too.
Shut up, Jared! Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted.
Stop rubbing your head, Jared!
Coming up next, the Jake Plummer with Good Sport Foundation Pickleball Bash is happening today in Tempe. We're going to talk pickleball and more with Jake the Snake Plummer. He'll join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft next week.
We want to add good football players and good people to increase the talent level and the competition on the roster. And when it's our turn to pick, we'll be ready to pick a player that falls into those categories.
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you natural gas. It delivers good value. Southwest Gas provides safe and reliable energy service its customers can depend on. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month. And natural gas continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. In fact, a typical new home can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies. They rank in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off Scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack, but that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on Scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand. Or your car cup holder. Your bike basket. Or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Phoenix, get ready for an action-packed soccer Saturday. Phoenix Rising takes on rival Sacramento Republic in a special matinee showdown on Saturday, April 19th at 1 p.m. Arrive early for the Valley's biggest Easter egg hunt, packed with unique and fun prizes for the kids. Plus, score an exclusive Phoenix Rising Croc Charm free at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Big stakes, bigger rivalry. Be there.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the NFL Draft is just 1 week away. So how narrowed is the list of guys
that the Cardinals should be targeting at 16. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
And just a couple of hours away on this Friday morning, the Jake Plummer pairing with the Good Sport Foundation for a pickleball bash happening in Tempe at the Pickler here on April 18th. And we are pleased to be joined by Jake Plummer himself, who joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Jake, good morning, man. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning to you guys. How things going?
Things are good. Tell us more about this pickleball bash. And for people that have followed your career, I mean, you were all about handball. Have you made the transition to pickleball now, Jake?
Well, I still love to play handball. It's my favorite sport to play. But handball is a sport that requires me to stay in really good shape and train it really hard on my body.
Mm-hmm.
So pickleball is one that I can play. I played yesterday at the electric pickle with a bunch of guys. I'm going down today to the Pickler down in Tempe to play again, and my body can handle that. So I get all the fun and joy of chasing the ball around, and obviously the camaraderie and the competition, and the main thing is just the exercise, the activity, the movement. It keeps me active and fluid, and it's a very addictive game, though. I must admit, I definitely enjoy it. And have found a lot of great people and become friends with a lot of awesome people just through the game of pickleball. And that's why I'm doing that, to have a little more of a active body fundraiser rather than just, everybody has a golf tournament. So, trying to do something a little different, come out and have a great time is the most important thing.
So who else is on some of the celebrity lists? Who else is going to be participating, Jake?
We got some pretty good ones. T.O.'s coming in. He's here. I got to play with him yesterday, which was great. He loves the game. Robert Tate, another guy who played in the league, DB for a long time, lived here in the Valley. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Dr. Jen Welter, who the Cardinals know well. She was the first female NFL coach. And then a list of, Todd Heap, Steve Bush, some local celebs. I know there's going to be Simeon Rice, Frank Sanders, some guys that have said they're going to come out. They don't play yet, but they're going to come out and check it out and just hang out. So it's going to be a good time. It's a pretty intimate little environment. We're not opening it up to just whoever wants to come, at least not this year. Maybe down the road we open it up and have people, fans can come watch. But for this year, I just really wanted to get back engaged with the Valley here. There's been so much support and love from people all around the Valley for everything I've always done. I wanted to get back here and give back to a good cause, which is the Good Sport Foundation that takes pickleball to underserved communities. They believe a paddle, a ball, and a day can change a life forever. And I think that's a great thing to get kids and people active. So you don't sit around and complain about being sore. At least, come out and play some pickleball, and then you have a reason to be sore if you are sore afterwards.
Bickley and I played in a pickleball tournament that the station put on back in November, and I'm still sore, Jake.
Yeah. Well, that's a sign you need to get up and move a little more.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Get out. You're being back behind that microphone too much. You got to get up and move around.
How about it?
Ain't that the truth?
All right, so let's talk a little Sun Devil football, if you don't mind. How do you think Cam Scadaboo is going to translate to the NFL?
It's an interesting conversation as we look at a player who really was one of the best college football players that we've seen in a long time come through ASU, and even in the whole landscape of college football. He was amazing. What he did, how important he was to this team, to this program, and the year they had last year. And now there's all these, doubts of if he can make it to the next level. And I just, it makes me really not even want to pay attention at all to what's going on with the draft, because you got these pundits talking about some kid's future like they get it. They don't understand. I think his game translates beautifully to the next level. In fact, I sit here, I follow the Cardinals a little bit. I obviously follow the Broncos being in Colorado more. I get to see a lot more of what they're up to. They're a team, the Broncos, in need of a running back. Yeah, they've got a few good running backs, but none of them can do it all. Where you got a kid like Scadaboo that can. He can do everything. We don't talk enough about his hands and his ability to catch the ball. Yep. And in this newfound NFL offensive schemes that we have, it's not a downhill punishing running back that really there's only a few of those in the league. So what he can do to run screens, to check down and be a little outlet for the quarterback, I think he has a phenomenal future in the league. Some smart GM is not talking about him right now, and I feel he's going to get drafted higher than we think, and it'll be the big surprise. And it's like, but why? He's a football player. This is the NFL draft for football players, not for shiny objects that think they're special and have already been making millions of dollars at the collegiate level. This kid's a football player, and you put him on your team, you're going to get a lot more than just a guy that can run downhill and hit other opponents. He can pass block. He's going to bring the tone and set the tone for everything your team does going forward. This kid comes in and brings it. And so me as a GM, I'd be drafting that kid. If I was the Broncos, I'd be drafting him in the first round and shock the world and then let him go prove everybody wrong again that he actually has the talent to make it. I think he's going to be a great player in the NFL.
Jake Plummer is our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Look, the Cardinals are pretty set at running back, yet there's a lot of Cardinal fans that want to see Cam Scatterbo stay in the Valley, and that was the path you took from Arizona State to the Cardinals. I can't believe it's 28 years since you entered the league, Jake. I'm aging all of us here, but I mean, just take us back to that time and making that jump from, I mean, you were a legend, and Bick called you a legend at the beginning of this at ASU, and to keep playing in your college market. What did that mean to you initially when you came into the league?
Yeah, initially I was hoping for a change, just to get out and experience something else. But then once it happened, and I realized, all of the beauty of staying here in the Valley, the ability to already have, a place to stay. I got a great support of staff around me, all my people at ASU, all my friends. I mean, it was really an easier transition than having to get up and move somewhere across the country and be in a new city and figure out how that works. And I also already had, a large fan base that was rooting for me and following me and ready to see me take and do what I did at ASU and take that to the next level. And so I was really grateful to come and play with the Cardinals and grateful that they drafted me. Again, another team that had, we hadn't seen the Cardinals do much here in their 15 years in the Valley until that 98 season when we really had a breakout year, made it to the playoffs for the first time in 50 years. We win a playoff game. So it was a lot of fun to be on a team like that is remembered forever rather than just another team coming along in a perennial championship type organization. And I really enjoyed it. I loved my teammates. I had some really phenomenal guys that I got to play with. Ronnie McKinnon, Larry Sinners, Jameer Miller, just some really awesome guys that if I'd gone somewhere else, I wouldn't have gotten to know those guys like I did. And also, have a place like this to call my second home in Arizona, which is always a nice place to come back to.
I'm curious, lastly, what you think about the NIL in college football. What's going on with quarterbacks now? It seems like it's just pure chaos out there. ASU lucky to have Sam Levitt right now. We hope that will remain the case in the future. How hard it is to keep a program together in this day and age?
Yeah, it's really a lot more work on these coaches, plate. Kenny does a brilliant job here managing that. It's like a wild west free agency. You don't really have any guarantees. You sign a kid, he can bounce the next year. It's really a crapshoot. Really, you land someone like Sam Levitt, you got to count your blessings. And the fact that he stuck around and stayed here is a testament to that kid himself as being the kind of guy you want to build this program around and bring more guys in. And I was out at their walkthrough yesterday at the stadium, and I heard Kenny saying to his teammate, to the team, hey, we're going to bring guys in here and, get to know them, go up and talk to them. And if you don't like them or their attitude, tell me, because we'll tell them to go somewhere else. We don't want you if you don't fit our mold. And so that's what I love is he's taking this massive amounts of all these kids that are self-promoted, that believe they're worth all this money, and weeding them out to find the ones that really, really care about the game and want to play football. And so it's a wild time. I love that the players are getting, rewarded for what they're doing on the field, but I just seem to be confused still by this student-athlete thing, the NCAA. When is it just going to become semi-pro football and not even have an affiliation with these colleges, or will it have an affiliation with the colleges, but now the colleges are running the semi-pro for the NFL? It's a strange thing. As we're going to see kids get drafted in the NFL that are already multimillionaires. And it's like, wait, I had to wait till I restructured my contract in '98 to become a multimillionaire after I proved that I could play in the NFL. Now these kids are coming out of high school, you know, thinking they're the next coming of whoever, and they're getting paid just so much money without having to prove anything at all. And you know, that can lead to bad things. Yeah. You know, can lead to a lot of things, not only for the team that spent the money on this kid, but for that kid's own like spiritual, mental, and physical growth. Like if they're deemed a failure right away, like that's a hard thing to live with at age 19 for the rest of your life. So who knows where it goes? I think, you know, watching ASU do what they did last year was phenomenal. I hope they have a season that can compare even at all to last year's season. But I'm excited with what Kenny's doing here at ASU. And, you know, kudos to these young kids that are playing the game and getting rewarded for it. You know, I think that's a thing that's really key. It's just, you know, I don't know how many of them are investing their money well or wisely. You know, that gold chain doesn't you know appreciate like a nice conservative stock or municipal fund. You know, like you got to think they're probably not putting their money away to secure their long-term financial freedom. They're buying like, you know, nice cars and staying in a big house and having a chain, you know, that says legendary when really they haven't done much at all. So I don't know, man. It's an interesting world.
It is. Jake Plummer with the Good Sport Foundation. Got a pickleball bash going on in Tempe at the Pickler today. Jake, good on you. That's a good thing you're doing. Have fun out there today.
Oh, I will. I always have a blast. So thank you guys for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you. Jake Plummer, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up, the Friday edition continues. Bick's going to kick off the second half with the blast. Fire! It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story of why you call Parker & Sons in your time of emergency. So not that long ago, I had a plumbing emergency. My son knocked on my door. Dad, the downstairs bathroom is flooded. I got up, went down. Sure enough, flooded floor, leaking toilet. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning on the way to the radio station. Got a live person on the phone. Could not believe that. Didn't think that was possible. By 8 a.m. that morning, they were at my house. By the time I got done with radio, got home, they were already gone. The work was already completed. I was beyond pressed. But that's what Parker & Sons does. They'll come to your rescue in your time of need, and they'll be there in minutes, not days. They've been serving the Valley for 50 years. They are reputable, highly decorated. They are fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. They have technicians that have been certified, trust certified. They are who you want in your home, your most valuable asset. So in your time of need, for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, you call Parker & Sons at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win. But the Snakes will head to Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns will be on the mound today. First pitch at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. James Jones, Matt Ishbia, and Josh Bartelstein did speak to the media yesterday, and for more on that press conference, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Meeting a financial advisor? Be prepared. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax shares 22 must-ask questions to guide you. Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for the full list and a free portfolio review.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Matt Ishbia said a lot during his end-of-the-year press conference on Thursday. The word count was staggering. He said changes are coming. He said championships are coming. He took accountability for a 46-loss debacle, but he was also very defensive on a number of fronts, taking shots at Stephen A. Smith and claiming that basketball fans in the Valley believe he is a great owner. Now, I don't know how you felt about the tone and tenor of what went down. I just know that I felt exhausted. The most important stuff to me remains kind of murky, namely the chain of command, because Ishbia danced around questions of meddling, claiming he was just a provider and an enabler for people who bring basketball options to him, and if that is truly the case, James Jones should be receiving a lot more heat. But if you were hoping Ishbia would back off and let basketball people cook, he said he's going to do just the opposite. He's going to get even more involved. But in the end, words are just words and very cheap at this point. The proof will come in his actions, and Ishbia promised significant changes, and I do believe the man when he says all he wants to do is win. Problem is, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and right now, from a basketball standpoint, the P in Phoenix might as well stand for purgatory. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I'm here to meet with everybody, make some changes, and we are going to make changes, and that's going to come. And once again, you will be proud of the team, and I'm with you guys. I'm embarrassed. And by the way, it's not just me. Players, coaches, front office, like I said, security guards, everyone's part of this. We all felt like it was a disappointing season, and we're accountable, and the fans deserve better, and we will deliver better going forward.
This was so disappointing and so frustrating, and hearing Matt Ishbia mention everybody was disappointed in this. I know there's a level of patience that's involved, but when you hear about changes and sweeping changes, and when he says, I'm here to make changes, I think there's already a level of patience that's run out, because this has been so clear to a lot of people for so long that this was not going to work.
Right.
So let's go already. I mean, Sacramento got a new GM in a day. Did they make the right hire? Probably not. It's the Sacramento Kings. They very rarely do the right thing. That was one of the things, too, was the diagnosis of what went wrong. And Matt Ishbia made a couple references to, you'll be proud of this team. We'll never say next year that this team didn't play hard.
Mm-hmm.
That was obviously one of the things that fell on Mike Budenholzer's plate and why he's not there. And we haven't really talked about that part of the press conference and the subsequent interview he did with Burns and Gambo yesterday.
Right.
But the question came up 3 days after Mike Budenholzer was fired. Why did they do it?
Yeah, we got to get the next hire right, and we will. The team and the roster that was constructed by James, Josh, the scouts, the front office is much better than a 36-win roster. So there's a lot of reasons why Coach Bud's not here. I'm not going to get to all those reasons, but definitely believe we should have won a lot more games and been a lot more competitive during those games as well. And so I wish him the best, but it was the wrong coach for our organization and for that team. And at the end of the day, you can blame me for it because I'm the owner at the end of the day.
Yeah. So this is where it got murky for me because it was obvious pretty early on. There was a lot of talk yesterday about the turn of the year. When we hit January, we knew something was amiss, and we started having conversations. Then the Tim McMahon piece came out in March 14th. It was published. I don't know when the interview happened with Matt Ishbia that was featured. I imagine it was a couple days before that.
Right.
But on March 14th, that was published, and in that article, Matt Ishbia said, I still have all the belief in the world in Mike Budenholzer, just saying the right things. But then on the flip side, yesterday he talked about, I'm not going to be patient. I thought Matt Ishbia and the Suns front office showed a tremendous amount of patience in Mike Budenholzer. Is it a reflection on them if they fire him early? Absolutely. But if you knew it was wrong, why didn't you move on? And Burns and Gambo asked that question yesterday.
Maybe we should have, right? Maybe we should have done something different with that. In retrospect, could we have done something to spur a little bit of a jump start in the team? Maybe. I don't know. All season I watched every game just like hopefully you guys did. And there's a lot of things that you looked at. And there's a lot of reasons that Coach Bud's not with us. I'm not going to get into all those reasons because there's some stuff, a lot more in-depth stuff than we're going to talk about here. But one of the things that we're talking about is from a basketball perspective, our defense, our consistency wasn't good.
The way he started that answer, maybe I should have. And then the other thing that stands out, obviously, there's a lot more detailed things that we're not going to get into here.
Yeah.
Apparently, one is only to surmise that it was an absolute debacle from that introductory press conference throughout the season. And I'm wondering why it wasn't done.
Yeah.
Because the team needed a spark.
I don't know why Devin Booker or KD didn't care enough to stand up on a table and either tell people, get the word out, or go to Matt Ishbia and say, you need to get him out of here right now because this is not going to work. This is why the blaming of Mike Budenholzer, I am going to remain firm in making sure it doesn't get out of proportion because if we're going to say this is all the basketball coach's fault, then nothing is going to change here. And Matt Ishbia, from my perspective, he knows the truth here. He said in that cut you just played that the roster that Josh and James and the basketball staff put together, he did not include himself in that. Although we all know he was the one responsible for the most significant move, the trade for Kevin Durant. So he knows that if the issue is now that the basketball people are just kind of executing what he wants to do, then he knows the change that has to be made is him. But that's not what he's saying. So if that's the case, this is why I think that there's going to be a new general manager, because he's making it very clear that this roster, the ideas behind it and the reasoning behind it came from the basketball ops department. It just came to my desk for the stamp of approval, the yay or the nay. That's to me, this is a very, very important distinction that has to be kind of reconciled here.
Yeah, we're going to stay on this topic because when it comes to the discussion of who's making the decisions with the Suns basketball operations department, we're kind of channeling our inner Tony Danza. Who's the boss? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You've had 2 bites at the apple, and you've got it wrong both times.
Right.
You need to figure out why you're evaluating these guys wrong, why you're picking the wrong guy. Whoever it is who's doing the picking, whoever it is who's in charge of these things, whether it's Matt, whether it's Josh, whether it's James, whether it's the cumulative effect of all of them together in the same room. Clearly, you guys as a group aren't doing a very good job picking head coaches of the Phoenix Suns. Do better. Be better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
On Saturday, April 26th, arrive early to the D-backs versus Braves matchup and get a Diamondbacks replica jersey courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Looking to upgrade your home? The Window Depot is your go-to spot for Milgard windows and patio doors. Select from a variety of styles, including aluminum, vinyl, or fiberglass, to start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether you're looking for energy efficiency, aesthetic appeal, or custom solutions, they've got you covered. Build the home you deserve with Milgard windows and doors from the Window Depot. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Wolf. Will the momentum from the Diamondbacks' sweep of the Marlins carry into their series against a tough Cubs team? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, so let me say it like this. We have a collaborative group. I don't believe, and I know all the owners, I don't think there's an owner in the NBA that there's a trade that goes on that owner does not say go with it or don't go with it. I'm the same way. If you think I'm the one that sits there and says, hey, we got this guy, let me go through all the salary cap sheets and debate, that's the front office. That's Josh, that's James, that's Matt Tellum, and they come up with ideas, they call the teams, they bring the ideas, and they might say, let's do this, or say not, and then say, what do you think? And I'm in that conversation. Our coach is involved with that conversation too, but it's a collaborative effort, but I'm definitely not initiating draft, trade idea. Once again, I run a mortgage company most of the day, and I'm very active.
That is Matt Ishbia on his involvement level. Was asked about it. It was a big topic of discussion yesterday. It's been a big topic of discussion since Matt Ishbia took over ownership in 2023 of the Phoenix Suns, because that press conference, the introductory press conference, we were both at, and a day later is when the Kevin Durant trade went down.
Right.
And it wasn't like it came out of thin air either.
No.
It had been talked about. It had been rumored. The scuttlebutt was James Jones, undoubtedly as the head of basketball operations at that point, was hesitant to make that move.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, was it initiated by Matt Ishbia? No, because it had been talked about before, and Kevin Durant had been on record he wanted to get to Phoenix. But that rubber stamp happened on day one of that ownership group, and it's kind of set the wheels in motion that led us to this press conference yesterday, where there's still a clarification of involvement. There's still questions about the hierarchy, and even more questions now because changes have been promised, but we don't know what those changes are.
Exactly. And so I think that, as I said last segment, Matt Ishbia knows the truth of the matter as to exactly how the flow of how the hierarchy flows in terms of basketball expertise. But I do think that if it really is an aggregation, if it's just an amalgam of different opinions, that's got to change. So if Matt Ishbia needs to get one voice that he trusts, that's what has to happen here. You need to get a guy with a philosophy and an identity, and then have that one person be the one that reports. Because where did the Bradley Beal thing come from? I'm speaking rhetorically. We don't have the answers to it.
Well, there's a lot of speculation on it when the Suns' president and CEO is the son of Bradley Beal's agent.
That's it. So
at one point that was viewed as a coup, and now it's being viewed as a curse.
As a curse. That's exactly right. So this to me is the piece that I don't know if they fully have reconciled, and why it's the fact that I am going to wait for actions to see what this is all about. Because if Matt Ishbia is to be believed for everything he said yesterday, that all he does is things come to him and he says yes or no, then his people below him have let him down. And a house cleaning is in order.
Yeah, but also, I mean, let's go down that road. If that's indeed the scenario, if what you said it, if what Matt Ishbia said yesterday is to be believed, is he being tempted by these cockamamie basketball scenarios that they know he's not going to say no to? Because we don't have any proof of Matt Ishbia saying no to anything.
No. We don't.
Rejecting veto power. None of that's been in place.
No. And listen, and I think that we interviewed Jerry Colangelo about this, and he was very forthright about how it was a little bit different for Jerry when he took over, because Jerry had been a scout. Jerry had been a general manager. Jerry had been in the game. That was what he had done. And Matt Ishbia has come at it from much more from a fan standpoint.
Yep. We had you mentioned we had Jerry Colangelo in for a couple segments during Newsmakers Week, and here's what he said about speaking on Matt Ishbia's learning curve.
I think what Matt's going through is a learning process. I mean, what else could it be when you think about it? He had some basketball in his background, being on the squad at Michigan State and close to Tom Izzo, who's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. And he is a fan. There's no question about it. I think maybe when he first bought the team, he wanted to make a little splash, which was kind of customary when people take over an organization. And in retrospect, he may have done the same thing and maybe not. But again, he has to learn sometimes the hard way.
Look, and I think what Jerry Colangelo said in that conversation with us is what the general belief is. Splash, new owner syndrome, however you want to phrase it, but Matt Ishbia actually pushed back on that yesterday.
Yeah, he did. And
seemed a little bothered by the nature of the question.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. And the fact that he perceives himself, that most fans in Phoenix, he believes that most basketball fans in Phoenix think he's a great owner. Not good, great. And I don't know if that's rooted in reality. He has done a lot of good things, and there are all the off-court stuff he's nailed. It's, from the getting the Suns on free television to slashing prices of concessions, all that stuff.
The investment in the Mercury's practice facility.
And the amount of spending on payroll. All this stuff is what you want in an owner. And we've been very clear about that. The criticisms that I have of Matt Ishbia have always been qualified with that.
Yeah.
That we're dealing with a good problem here. But it's a problem nonetheless. And they've got things that they've got to get done. They've got to, if the front office is going to be revamped, that has to happen. A new coach, that has to happen. Scouting for the NBA draft and whatever picks they have, that has to. Trading Kevin Durant, that has to happen.
Let's talk about that, too.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the, 29th pick in the first round?
Mm-hmm.
It's not where they want to be, obviously, but that's an important pick for the Suns. How much revamping of the front office is going to happen? How does that affect the scouting they've already had in place?
Yeah.
I mean, the timing of this is horrible.
Yep.
And this was a bad season to have a bad season.
Mm-hmm.
But, in talking about his accomplishments, and Matt Ishbia said several times, I'm proud of a lot of the things that I've done. And he referenced those things that we just listed off. And talked about fan experience a lot. They've made leaps and bounds in that area in terms of fan experience. It's very important to the organization. And Josh Bartelstein, when he was on the podium yesterday, was asked about that, kind of leaned on the fan experience and all of those other accomplishments. And then he said, I know it's important to win, too. That was where I got thrown. Like, winning shouldn't be a 2. Everything else should be the 2.
Yeah.
Hey,
winning is the thing.
We win championships, and oh, by the way, the fans have great experience too.
Yeah, that's it.
We win championships, and you can get a $2 hot dog. 2. That's what needs to happen.
Utah. No, you're right. It's inverted, but they don't have the winning, so they can't put that first right now. The one thing Josh Bartelstein said that was very accurate was when he was asked about the chain of command, he said, look, I've been in the NBA 10 years now, and every owner is involved.
Yes.
He's right about that.
Absolutely. And we had those discussions going all the way back to Robert Sarver.
Right.
Where everybody, and there's a lot of reason to jump on Robert Sarver's back for the way he approached things, but specifically the anecdote about him demonstrating how to block out to DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
And everybody was laughing at it. And I made that point. You own something, you're going to meddle.
Yes.
It's not meddling when you own it. You can't meddle from the inside, can you?
No, that's a good point. I guess semantically you might have a point there. But I do think when you step back and you look at the roster and you look at how incoherent it is, you look at how flawed it is, you look at the lack of flexibility and everything they've given up, that's bad work. That's that's butchery is what it is.
The bottom line is what was reported is that James Jones did not want to give up the players and the picks for Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And when Matt Ishbia took over, they gave up both. So from that moment forward, you think you know who was the final decision maker and who had the power because of how it went down.
That's exactly right. Coming up, the NFL Draft is coming. We've got your chance to win a brand new NFL Draft hat repping your favorite team. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Lock in your prediction for the first pick. Try to nail as many predictions as you can. The more you get right, the better your shot to win. Coming up next, we'll shift our focus to the Arizona Diamondbacks and the major leagues as we'll get to talk baseball with Jeff Passan, MLB insider for ESPN. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Roast is on sale for only $5.97 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Miami Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win.
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh, my goodness. This thing is way gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his 4th of the year, and the Diamondbacks get that run right back. It is 6-2.
The Snakes will head to Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns will be on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including the biggest change he wants to make this offseason.
The biggest change that I want to talk about is, on me. I'm accountable to this one, which is I have to do a better job of setting the identity of the Phoenix Suns. I've been out in Phoenix for the last 2.5 years. I love the community. It's great. The fans are great. I want to put a team out there on the court that everyone's proud of.
This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects need to roll off to all that trash and debris away. WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the D-backs keep their offense rolling in the Windy City? We'll react to Game 1 of D-backs Cubs on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, Diamondbacks in Chicago starting that weekend series with the Cubs, trying to extend their winning streak. Things looking better, although a little regression to sloppiness yesterday in that series finale against Miami. Here to talk Diamondbacks Major League Baseball with us from ESPN, their MLB insider, the great Jeff Passan, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Jeff, good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good. The first part of the Diamondbacks season was kind of marred by sloppy play. Torey Lovello came out and said, I'm having anxiety with the way that we're playing. Yet they've got a good record so far, and they haven't had the strongest, most consistent starting pitching, and it seems like the top half of their lineup is producing all the runs, yet they look good in the standings. What's your early impressions of the Arizona Diamondbacks from what you've seen, Jeff?
I think they are more or less who I thought they were going to be, a team that's going to score a lot of runs. Right now, they're 3rd in Major League Baseball in runs scored, and they're going to pitch enough in order to have that hold up. I didn't expect the Giants to be this good. Yeah. I didn't expect the Padres to have the best record in baseball, and what we're looking at right now is clearly the best division in all of baseball. I don't think it's even close at this point. And if not for the Rockies potentially being historically bad, or maybe on account of being in the division being historically bad, we'd be looking at an all-timer right now.
Yeah, and Corbin Carroll, I want to ask you about him. For a guy who had the pretty severe case of the sophomore slump for the first half of last year, the back half of last season, and his start this year is incredible. Your thoughts on his ceiling after what we've seen so far this year?
I think Corbin Carroll over the next decade is going to be one of the 10 best players in Major League Baseball. I think that could change to one of the 5 best players. I mean, what we see from him and the consistency now especially. I think for the first time last year in his entire life playing baseball, Corbin Carroll got punched in the face. And the question was going to be, okay, can you take the punch and can you throw one back, or is it going to knock you so far off your moorings that you're not going to be able to recover? And I never lost faith in Corbin Carroll because, having spent time with him, having spoken with him, I'm not going to suggest I know him well by any means, but in terms of reporter-player relationships, he's a guy who I feel like I know better than most, and I had no doubt that he was going to be just fine. And it's because I think as strong as his physical game is, his mental game is even stronger. He is an extraordinarily intelligent guy and thoughtful in his process, and he was not going to let a couple of bad months deviate from what his ultimate goals are in this game.
Jeff Passan of ESPN, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You made reference to it earlier in the conversation, Jeff, about just how good the start has been for the National League West, and I agree with you. I didn't expect the Giants to do what they've done. Thought the Padres would be good, but not this good. Yet we're 18 to 20 games into the season for these teams. We've had 3 games total played between NL West division foes, and that was the Dodgers and the Rockies. When you start to get into division play, if you had to identify one of the 4 teams right now to maybe drop off and come back down to earth, who would you pick?
And maybe this is me reverting to my preseason picks, which is always folly, right? It's like, oh, I think I'm so smart that of course this is out. No, it's not that. But I think it's the Giants. The Giants bullpen out the gate has been so good, and unexpectedly so. You know, Ryan Walker had a really good year last year, but I don't think anyone anticipated Randy Rodriguez coming in and looking like one of the best relievers in baseball. And that might be legit, but I just don't think top to bottom the Giants are going to be able to sustain what they've done with their bullpen to this point. So I still think they're the fourth best team in the division, but this might also, guys, be a division that threatens to get all three wild cards. I kind of doubt it. I think the Phillies are going to be in there. The Braves have dug themselves an immense hole at this point. But in the National League Central, too, whether it's the Cubs or the Brewers, I think even Cincinnati potentially, I think they're going to sort of feast on themselves. And, at the end of the day, it's going to be a question with the West, like, can it be all four teams, or are they just going to beat each other up too much?
Early this season, Jeff, we had the torpedo bat sensation. I don't know what you think about that. Are there any other trends that have happened in the first 2.5, 3 weeks that have caught your attention? Big ticket items?
Yeah, nobody can hit.
Some of those team batting averages are pretty scary at this point, Jeff.
The team batting averages are scary. The league-wide batting average is kind of terrifying, and that to me is the one to focus on. Where is the league now? I don't want to compare to years past because teams always, their April numbers compared to the rest of the season kind of pale. It's hard to hit in April. It's a little colder in places. Ball's not flying quite as much. That being said, a 235 batting average league-wide, it's not good. And that's with the strikeout rate having dropped over the last couple of seasons. And, that's with the walk rate going up pretty significantly this year. And when you look at those two things, those trends would suggest to you, okay, if they're going to walk a little more, they can be more selective and look for better pitches to hit. If they're not striking out as much, that's a good thing. But no, it's not helping at all. And that little boost from the shift being taken away almost immediately regressed last year and has just gotten worse this year.
They're not glamour teams, but the Athletics and the Rays both playing their home games in minor league stadiums this year. And I think one of those situations was unavoidable. I think one situation was avoidable, Jeff. But early returns on any awkwardness, what are you hearing about the experience that those two teams and their opponents are having in playing in those ballparks?
It's just weird. This is Major League Baseball in a minor league, not just like city in the case of West Sacramento, but ballpark in the case of Tampa. And, the Rays, they are stacking their home games early this season in order to avoid having so many home games in the summer when rains are consistently pelting the Tampa Bay area. So they've been fine. They've been tolerable. They've been okay. It's still just going to be weird because it's a minor league park, and the idea that there's some sort of like charm that comes along. No, it's not charming. It's just small time. But that's how it is. That's how it's going to be. And with the Rays, I'm more curious, frankly, on their status in 2026 and 2027 and beyond, because they're not spending more than 1 year at George Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. Like, this is a one-time thing, whereas the A's, it's like a permanent residency that they're, like one of those Vegas shows that lasts for years. And fans have sort of turned out there. I'll be very curious to see what it's like come June and July when it's just unbelievably hot in Sacramento.
Yeah, because we went through that with our local hockey team when they were still around. At first, playing in a college arena was intimate and cool, and then everybody complained about it.
That's
and they forced them right out of town.
Yeah, I mean, it's really great once, and then it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Jeff, always great
Thank
to
you,
talk to you.
Jeff.
Thanks so much for the time and the insight, as always.
Pleasure is always mine, boys. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Jeff Passan, ESPN baseball insider, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up, Matt Ishbia expected an apology from Stephen A. Smith. Did he get one?
I go say it again.
We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. It's always a great day to visit Chapman BMW. Certainly is the case this weekend. You need to know up front that every BMW on Chapman BMW's lots, they are tariff-free in case you were wondering about that particular confusion. And there are great prices available at Chapman BMW. We're talking about a great dealership that has served the Valley for 58 years, a family-run business that just does things different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. They're dedicated to giving you the best car buying experience you are going to get. They've got a great reputation for making luxury attainable, which is to say a new Chapman BMW not as out of reach as you might think. Plus, you get the benefit of doing business with the Chapman family, and every member of our listening audience, you too have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. When you shop at Chapman BMW, ask for him by name. He is going to ensure that you are going to get the very best price you are going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, We have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the Centerstone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Luke. How much time should the Phoenix Suns take to hire their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, so Stephen A. Smith, I don't take much he says seriously, I don't think many people do, to be honest with you. The things he said about Kevin Durant, just wrong and disrespectful. The things he said about LeBron James were just disrespectful and inappropriate. And so with that being said, I don't really think Stephen A. believes what he said. I think, he's doing his thing. He's on the mic and he's doing what he says. And I think he'll apologize to me because I think it's disrespectful to put my name and, aligned with anybody that was kicked out of the league or no longer part. If he wants to say for the first 2.5 years Matt Ishbia bought the team, we didn't win a championship, I think you probably said about almost every owner ever. But yeah, we had high expectations and we didn't win. We spent a lot of money and we didn't win. Yep.
That was part of Matt Ishbia being asked about Stephen A. Smith's comments about in his opinion, Matt Ishbia getting close to territory of the worst owner in professional sports.
Right.
And you heard him say, I think he'll apologize. Did Stephen A. Smith apologize? Well, he addressed the situation for quite some time this morning. And he did say this.
Matt Ishbia is absolutely right. I do owe him an apology because I mentioned Donald Sterling. I thought I was making it clear I was talking about basketball. I certainly did not mean to compare him to a person that was thrown out of this league and has been widely recognized as a racist. I should not have mentioned Matt Ishbia's name in the same breath as Donald Sterling in that regard. I did not mean to do that. I was not talking about that Donald Sterling. I was talking about the Donald Sterling that would be sitting courtside, heckling his own damn players and never winning anything and didn't give a damn. That's the Donald Sterling that I was talking about in terms of how ineffectual he was or ineffective he was as an owner on a basketball court. I certainly did not mean to do that. So Matt Ishbia is absolutely right, and for that, I apologize.
Does that?
I think
does
the
that
butt
make
was.
it?
Does that make it what?
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Matt Ishbia, from a basketball standpoint, to Donald Sterling, just from a basketball standpoint, is a far better owner.
Yeah. Listen, you can't compare anyone to Donald Sterling and leave out that part. That part is Donald Sterling. So what I think happened is I said this to you earlier. The way in which Matt Ishbia said yesterday he's going to be apologizing, I thought, wow, you obviously haven't watched Stephen A. Smith. He don't apologize for nothing, but he did.
But
so I'm thinking the league got involved.
But then he said this.
Unfortunately for you, sir, that's the only thing I'm wrong about. And that's the only apology that you're getting from me. As the owner of the Phoenix Suns, sir, respectfully, I know the future could hold an inordinate amount of possibilities. But in your first 2 years, there is a legitimate argument that you are an atrocity. One of the worst owners in the history of the sport.
So he's doubling down on what he said originally, which again is
he's just taking the Donald Sterling name out of it.
Yeah.
So which means he wasn't going to apologize. He had to apologize. But whatever. That's still way over the top for me. Way over the top.
It's so dramatic too. Like the way he
it's
performative. Yeah.
Well, Matt Ishbia said as much. And he said, I don't think Stephen A. believes what he's saying. He's just doing his thing on the microphone. There's a lot of truth to that. But he wasn't done in going in on the Suns on things that he said and that he stands on. Dan Bickley.
When it gets to Kevin Durant, I stand by what I said about him. One of the greatest players to have ever played the game of basketball. I think from a talent perspective, Kevin Durant is top 5 all time. But the resume ain't there. because you won when you went to Golden State. You lost everywhere else. And over the last 5 years, you've been bounced out of the first round a couple of times. You've been swept a couple of times. The one playoff series you did win in Phoenix was because Kawhi Leonard went down after game 2, and now you ain't even in the damn playoffs, okay? So it is what it is when I pointed to leadership, which brings me to Mr. Matt Ishbia. When Kevin Durant put out his tweet the other day, I gave him 2% of the responsibility. I don't know if you know that's a crime. It's a crime in today's NBA. You understand what I'm saying? One of these days, very, very shortly, I'm going to dedicate a full episode of First Take to covering the NBA the way the players would want me to, the way the coaches would want me to, the way evidently Matt Ishbia would want me to, because everything is roses, you know. Nothing's wrong. I mean, 2% of the blame, my God. You get $50 million a year, you can't get to the playoffs, and I hold 2% of the responsibility to you, and that is a crime. But that's what it is with Kevin Durant. It is what it is. So be it. I'm not backtracking from that either. I question the leadership. Where is it?
That's actually pretty funny. I'm curious.
I'm not saying.
I'm
I don't
curious
think
to
he's
see how he would present things the way the coaches and players want it to be presented.
I'll be curious to see that too. I don't think he's off base when it comes to Kevin Durant. I think he's off base when it comes to Matt Ishbia, though.
I do think he's off base when it comes to Kevin Durant. That number should be higher than 2%.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well,
there's got to be more on the players.
Then I agree with you.
98% to Matt Ishbia and 2% to Kevin Durant.
That's making it.
That's
personal.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is ridiculous. And so, again, I think some of his takes on KD over the years have carried the ring of truth. I know KD has objected to Steve, as he calls him,
who's running for president.
Who's running for president and isn't really watching bad basketball teams. As it relates to Matt Ishbia, though, this is kind of you could tell that this criticism it kind of bothers Matt because, and it should, because when you talk about mistakes, there's intention, and intentionality matters. And the thing that he said that hit me the hardest yesterday, I think, is exactly what you pointed out earlier. When he said, after all of this criticism and all these words, we're just trying to win. Mm-hmm. That's all this is. And I believe him when he says that.
I do, too.
The championships, plural, I hope he's right.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly argue if that was the time or the place to bring that up again, because it's such a down spot in Suns history. And everybody's feeling it. He freely acknowledged that. Mm-hmm. And by his actions of firing Mike Budenholzer after one season again, he made it known it's not acceptable. I mean, there was no wiggle room. There was at least a few days of wiggle room on the Frank Vogel situation last year. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. From what the tone of what was said, and Matt Ishbia even suggesting, he didn't suggest it, he said it. There's many reasons why he's not here. And we're not going to get into all of those because there's a lot of involved stuff. It should have been done in the middle of the season.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
And he would have taken heat, and the optics would have been bad. But at least that would have been in alignment with, hey, we're just trying to win.
Right.
Because that didn't, for most of the year, that didn't look like a team that was trying to win.
No. And again, I'm not going to absolve Kevin Durant and Devin Booker for not making an issue of this. If Mike Budenholzer was that disinterested and that checked out as a head coach, they should have grabbed that bull by the horns and not just co-piloted a passionless, joyless basketball team.
We played weeks ago some audio from the Jeff Teague 520 in the Morning podcast. Jeff Teague played for Mike Budenholzer twice in Atlanta and then once in Milwaukee at the end there when they won the championship. And he said on the first audio that we played, Mike's not used to this superstar bleep. He's used to that San Antonio thing where everybody buys in. So they had a follow-up on it. And there was kind of an acknowledgement from Jeff Teague, who seems like a supporter, and said, he described, I gotta find this audio. I'll get it for Monday.
Okay.
But he said Budenholzer's coaching position is, we're going to do it my way, and if you don't like it, blank you. This was words from a former player. And he said he got away with that with us in Atlanta because we didn't have any star players. And the players that we did have didn't have egos when they got, if they didn't do something right, you know, they didn't go out to defend a three-point shooter. It was very easy to make an example of somebody, pull a starter out of the game to replace him with a second-round pick was the example he used. You can't do that with stars. You can't do that with the Phoenix Suns.
Well, certainly not.
And he also said, look, he made reference to it. Yeah, he went there to take the bag. That's what he said.
Wow.
So it was wrong on every single level. Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy Cebulka is going to guide us through today's edition of Social Studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Dan Bickley writes, how do we measure Matt Ishbia's ownership of the Suns? Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia looks back on trades for KD and Beal. It did not come to fruition. And can Matt Ishbia earn the trust back of Suns fans with undeniable changes? Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During our round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months, less than 4 years. This is what people get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage and your home in years, not decades, because you pay all principal first. And when that happens, you now get decades to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. It's also a great idea for people eyeing the finish line, don't want to deal with a mortgage payment when they enter their fixed income years of retirement. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan to pay off your house, which is pretty great stuff. And there's more. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the control to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want, gives you instant liquidity, comes in handy during uncertain times. Now, this is not for everybody. There are caveats. You've got to have the right set of financials, a really good credit score, responsible with money. Shane will be up front with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford is employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America, for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack, but that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the series sweep over the Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win.
The 0-2. There's a rocket off the bat to deep right field, and Stowers is going to watch it fly. Another home run for Pavin Smith in this series. He's got 3 on the year, and the D-backs double the lead. It's 2-0.
The Snakes will be at Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game series with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns is on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. The Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday, and Matt Ishbia had a lot to say, including that championships are still coming to Phoenix.
So yes, there's always going to be ups and downs in any business. Of course I would love to win a championship my first 2 years as an owner. I promise you that was... But it didn't happen. But I promise you we will. We will win championships with an S at the end here in Phoenix, and I'm going to be here for it with you guys, and we'll have a more fun press conference then.
This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Meeting a financial advisor. Be prepared. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax shares 22 must-ask questions to guide you. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for the full list and a free portfolio review.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
And down the stretch they come. 9 o'clock on a Friday. Time for some social studies. We turn it over to Sammy Sabolka to lead us down the home stretch.
Guys, did you hear there was a press conference yesterday?
I did, yeah.
Are you sure? Because we've been receiving a lot of replies on what Matt Ishbia had to say, what James Jones was talking about, and we asked the Suns fans on our Twitter, our X, be sure to follow it, Bickley_Murata. Hashtag Suns fans, what most needs to change to fix this team and franchise, and why? Is it the leadership? Is it the talent? Or is it their identity?
There was a lot of talk about identity yesterday.
Yeah.
It doesn't start there. It has to start with the leadership, correct?
Yes.
And again, pointing fingers at everybody.
Mm-hmm.
The leadership of the front office, the leadership or lack thereof of the coaching staff, the leadership or lack thereof of the veteran players, star players on this team. That's where it starts for me.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. I think that you can check all of those boxes, and you probably have to kind of apportion it, but it begins with leadership, and then it goes on to talent, and then that talent has got to dictate the identity. The idea that you're just going to say, this is who we're going to be, it's not that simple either.
Yeah.
Right?
As somebody who's tried to change my identity several times, it's not easy.
Yeah, and the responses tend to agree with you guys. 45% voted leadership, 35% their identity, and 18.9% say their talent. And honestly, it's all of the above. And at Daylight Films says, from front office changes the talent, front office changes the talent, which in turn changes the identity. It's a domino effect, but it's going to take patience and time, which today's fans don't have, which he is right. Daryl Lee says, identity is the hot word. Leadership is easy to blame. The harsh truth is talent. Book and KD averaged what they typically average, give or take, and they still lost a million games. This team is devoid of talent beyond them, especially defensive talent. But
yeah, I think there was an overestimation of the level of talent on this roster. You can make a very, very solid claim that this year's Phoenix Suns roster had 3 legitimate NBA starters on it.
Right.
Yes.
You could
And
ask
only 3.
Yes.
You could ask every playoff team of who, aside from Durant and Booker and maybe Beal, who would start or play significant minutes for your team, and the list is not very long.
It's not.
And to show you how poorly constructed the roster was, they had only 3 NBA starters on their team, and one of those people didn't start for half the year.
That's true.
Because they didn't fit together.
Yeah, the Suns will not be playing postseason basketball, but the last 2 play-in games are underway tonight, and the postseason really officially begins tomorrow. And so we asked who will play in the NBA Finals this year, and who will win the championship, and why.
I have a really hard time not projecting a Boston-Oklahoma City collision course in the finals. And I think, I know there's a lot of Jaylen Brown speculation on the injury. If he can go, I think Boston wins it again.
I don't know who's going to come out of the West. I think it's disrespectful to Oklahoma City that there are so many question marks to a 68-win team.
Who set a record for most point differential.
Right. That won everywhere, won in Boston. But I agree with it. I think Boston is going to win it again. It's a question of who they are going to beat. I'm going to predict Oklahoma City, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Lakers. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Clippers. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Nuggets. The Western Conference could fall in a lot of different ways.
It could.
And not a lot of Cleveland support here. I agree. OKC, Boston. I think they're the 2 best teams. I think Oklahoma City wins the championship. They'll have the best player on the floor in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Nicole seems to think it's going to be Lakers-Celtics. The Celtics winning it all. Repeats are trending, and I think the NBA will follow that trend. We also have another Lakers-Celtics. We had Dodgers-Yankees, and that's what the NBA wants is ratings. Daryl Lee says Lakers-Cavs. Lakers win. So many angles here. LeBron beating the Cavs would be pretty ironic. Luka winning with the Lakers just when Suns and Mavs fans thought it couldn't get any worse. I almost feel bad that I had to say this. And that would be just, if the Lakers win the championship, LeBron gets his 5th ring, there's a lot, like ESPN will just love that.
Oh, yeah.
LeBron gets his 5th ring, Luka, mid-season trade to the Lakers, they beat the Celtics, the stories would be endless if that were the case. Our last question, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, the Scotty Scheffler Masters meal. And so we ask, what would be your Masters dinner? You have your appetizer, your entree, and your dessert.
Wow.
I know Jared's probably put a lot of time into this.
Okay, let's see. My appetizer would be some really good southern cheese grits, some mini Italian beef sandwiches. My main course would be garlic and Italian sausage deep dish pizza from Lou Malnati's. And then the dessert, I don't know. I'm not a big dessert guy, but
for my appetizers, I'd probably go with a nice shrimp cocktail.
Okay.
Oh. Entree's got to be some sort of beef.
Yeah.
Filet, maybe a tomahawk, something
good like that.
Yeah, something excellent.
Maybe like toffee bread pudding for the dessert.
And a dessert would
There
be
you go.
some sort of delicious concoction, not like just a couple of bags or packages of Oreos. It would be Oreos in something.
In something.
Because
Oreos in Oreos.
I'm
Like
an
an
Oreo
Ore-
guy.
Yeah.
And how about an Oreo cookie ice cream cake?
There we go.
From Carvel.
Jarrett, how long?
Cookie Puss.
What's your champion's dinner, Jarrett?
It has way more than 3 courses,
Oh, it
I can
does.
tell you that.
You know, I don't know if you have the one Dave Burns suggested.
Oh, I do. I have
it's
it, yeah.
really close to that.
Really?
Here, read it.
Yeah, our very own Dave Burns said steamed clams and mussels for his appetizer.
Okay.
His entree would be deep dish butter crust Chicago-style pizza.
So we're right on that. Okay.
And then for his dessert, banana cream pie.
Oh, I do love banana cream pie, too.
I would add chicken parmesan of some sort. That's my favorite food.
See, I would have, my appetizer would be, oh, man. I don't know. I like these chicken lettuce wraps.
Okay.
For my appetizer, I'd go New York strip steak for my entree.
All right.
Pair it with a burger if you don't want the strip steak. And then my dessert is a chocolate mousse. I love chocolate mousse.
That's pretty good, too.
At Tommy, I'm going to try to pronounce this. He's from Sicily, and I thought this was a good answer. There's a lot of Italian in here. He says, appetizer, shrimp cocktail, and some bruschetta. Entree would be Angelo e olio with...
Aglio olio.
Aglio olio.
Aglio olio.
That's
With garlic.
olive oil and garlic with pasta.
Yep, and...
Fantastic.
Ciappino.
Hold on. Look at
Ciappino.
that face Jarrett's making.
Ciappino.
Jarrett, what were you thinking?
Ciappino is like a seafood shellfish stew.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then his dessert would be cannolis and blood orange polenta olive oil cake.
Wow.
Complimentary wines for each course, beer available, and limoncello, of course.
I like that.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
I'm a big fan of aglio olio.
And everybody stay tuned to the end of the show. We will be trying.
You will be trying.
All three of us will. I mean, all four of us will. We have a Wonder Bread here.
and some pimento cheese from
wonder,
Augusta.
Jared.
Yeah.
I
It's
wonder
pimento
about
cheese.
you all the time. Thanks, Sammy.
Thanks,
to
Sammy.
everybody for chiming in and making me really, really hungry. Coming up next, always a treat when we are joined by our next guest, the great Mike Wilbon from Pardon the Interruption on ESPN. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to the Suns, D-backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The weekend is here. Maybe your weekend plans involve pizza, and if that's the case, you got to know about Spinato's Pizzeria. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Spinato's has been serving up excellence in the Valley for over a half century. They started with one location in 1974. Now 6 Spinato's locations around the Valley in 2025. They use the freshest ingredients in all of their pizzas and family recipes, and every guest treated like a member of the family. And let's focus on the pizza. The lineup is legendary. Courtside Classic, the Red Zone, the Spicy Italian, the Veg Out, the Get Meaty, the Chicago. And now for a limited time, there is another legendary pizza on the roster, the State 48 Pizza for a limited time. Collaboration between Spinato's and State 48, a unique Southwest-style margarita pizza with olive oil, mozzarella, pico de gallo, feta, lime crema, cotija, and cilantro. It is absolutely delicious. You can also get limited edition State 48 Spinato's t-shirts and stickers, and a portion of all sales of proceeds, I should say, go to the State 48 Foundation, helping local entrepreneurs thrive. Spinato's has got locations in North Phoenix, Central Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. If you want more information on events and menus, check out SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's, food that brings people together.
The D-backs face Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Atlanta Braves for a weekend series starting April 25th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, it's Luke. How much time should the Phoenix Suns take to hire their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I mean, we all know we had high expectations coming into the season. We didn't meet them and for various reasons, but ultimately getting back to our identity of playing defensive basketball, being great on both sides of the ball, and more importantly, playing with an edge and playing with passion is something we have to get back to. And so going forward, those will be key points of emphasis for us to make sure that we're going to have seasons like this where we show up and we go home feeling like we didn't leave it all out there on the floor.
That was James Jones at the press conference the Suns held yesterday after their 36-46 season, after they fired Mike Budenholzer as their head coach. We've been talking a lot about it. Always great to get the thoughts on the Phoenix Suns and the NBA from our next guest, Michael Wilbon from Pardon the Interruption. And you see him all over ESPN. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Michael, thanks so much for the time today. We appreciate it.
Fellas, how you doing?
Doing good. It was a miserable slog of a basketball season here in Phoenix.
Yes, it was. I watched it too.
You well know.
I didn't watch it as close up as I usually do, but I watched it from a place where I could see what was happening, but I didn't want to experience the stink personally.
Michael, I ran across a soundbite from you last May after the Suns changed direction at head coach. They fired Frank Vogel. They hired Mike Budenholzer. And you were part of the discussion on ESPN. And the question was, does Mike Budenholzer change things for the Suns? And your answer was definitively no, because the roster is so flawed. Then they went out and changed the roster to a great degree and failed miserably. All that being said, even though you said that last May, are you surprised with how bad this actually was with Mike Budenholzer at the helm?
Yeah, you have to be. You can't think it was going to be that bad. And after watching last year, I was like, yeah, this is not going to work. But to this degree, I didn't think they wouldn't be a play-in team.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think they wouldn't be a playoff team. I thought, okay, they'll be a 5-6 team, and it's too flawed to work. They'll be a 5-6 team. It won't be a disaster. I mean, a 5-6 team for them with what they're spending and what they thought of who they got is kind of a disaster anyway. But then it turns out like this, where it's unwatchable night after night after night. And the reaction, you guys are here, up close. I'm here now in town. I'm in Scottsdale. But when you're elsewhere in the country, people are just, especially if you're in the East and people don't necessarily see the score until the next morning. They're like, what the hell's going on with the Suns? It just became. But then people were so freaked out by it by like Christmas, they just like bailed.
Right.
Nationally.
Yeah, no, that's very, very, very accurate. So, and now Matt Ishbia is taking a lot of criticism because they have taken a team that was a fringe contender when they had Chris Paul and Devin Booker and all those guys and Monty Williams, and now this is a 36-win team. Where do you land on the ownership piece here in Phoenix, and what lessons do you think he needs to learn to get this thing right going forward?
I don't know. Owners don't learn lessons right away. These are guys who are massively successful, massively wealthy, used to having everything go their way every day.
Yep.
And even if they have some setbacks in their businesses, it's different. The control that they have is usually, somebody's, situation like Matt is wildly successful at a very young age. I know a lot of owners like that, and they don't learn lessons sometimes ever, but certainly not after like 3 or 4 years. They just don't. And I heard I didn't watch the press conference. I wouldn't even waste my time watching the press conference. But I heard some of the quotes. Somebody one of my producers read it to me. It was, "We're going to win championships." It's like, you just don't get it. You're not going to win anything. You're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Win championships, plural. It's just like, okay. It doesn't resonate. The notion of failure doesn't resonate. They think you grit your teeth. Vic, you play, and Vince, I don't know if you play. Anybody who plays golf knows it's counterintuitive. You just want to grit your teeth and say, "I'm going to do this hard. I'm going to kick it harder. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to swing faster." It doesn't work.
Nope.
It's not going to work.
Yeah.
And so I'm not even paying attention to the Suns until they go about it, and it's entirely on him because it was he who decided to go this route. Well, this wasn't an executive, director of basketball ops decision to do this. This was his decision. And it's okay. It's okay. Look, most teams in sports, when they're starting off and newly directed, most of them fail. Most of them. Mm-hmm. But then, so who learns the lessons? Who runs the team? Jerry Jones didn't have to learn it early on because he got it right, although he got it right with a guy who was making decisions. It wasn't him. But then when he started making all the decisions, no matter how wealthy, no matter how well-intentioned, no matter how smart and insightful when it comes to the marketing of the team and increasing the brand and making the value of the franchise great, that doesn't have anything to do with the competitive level on the floor or on the court or on the field. And so, no, it's not. It's not even worth paying attention to them yet.
Yeah.
Not yet, because it's not like, there's some great discovery and it's going to result in a different approach next year. No.
Michael Wilbon, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. We know they won't do it, Michael, and there's been some debate about it, and it seems to make Suns fans really mad when you suggest a total rebuild. And a total rebuild would be trading Devin Booker. Is that the road you would go down to try to refresh this thing if you were the Phoenix Suns?
Probably not. What is Devin now, 28?
Yeah. 28, yep.
Probably not. It's not quite the same as, getting rid of Luka. It's not quite the same. But Devin Booker is, if I put together, the all-time Suns team, the person who's going to get the most votes, Devin was the centerpiece, the centerpiece, the co-star of a team that played for the championship. So was Charles. And so was, if I go back far enough, so was, Paul Westphal. But it's a tiny list, and you don't want to do it because this is not the kind of market this is not Philadelphia. You have to realize where you are, who you're playing to, who your audience is. I wouldn't want to do it, but I'm not going to say I wouldn't do it. Like, what can you get for Durant? I don't know what you can get for Durant.
Yeah, that's the big question.
Yeah, what can you get for Durant? And here's the other thing. Basically, you don't need a 1, 2, or 3 pick to be great anymore. If anybody thinks that is not paying attention. Sure, if you finish 1, 2, or 3 the year, Wembanyama is the guy. Okay, fine. You'll say yeah. But Giannis wasn't 1, 2, or 3. Joker wasn't 1, 2, or 3. We could go through. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wasn't 1, 2, or 3. Kawhi Leonard was 1, 2, and might be on the road to a third. Wasn't 1, 2, or 3. We can do this in the whole league.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
So there's as many guys who lead contention who were not 1, 2, or 3 as there are who were 1, 2, or 3.
All right, who do you like in the West with the playoffs coming up? Who's under pressure? Who you vibing on, Michael?
It's really fascinating. I guess I need to be chalky, but I guess it's hard for me to see Boston losing, and it's hard for me to see OKC losing. And OKC's got a better chance to lose because, look, I still think Minnesota in one series can pop up and beat anybody. In one series. Do I think Minnesota can win 3 series? No, I don't. But they don't have to. They can win 1. Can the Lakers win a series against anybody? Yep. Do I think the Lakers are going to win 3 series? No. So it's weird. Golden State, who I love them. I love them. Do I think they're going to win 3 series? No, I don't. I mean, Golden State lost at home 3 times in the final week of the season. Yes. They couldn't even beat San Antonio.
Yes.
So why am I supposed to believe all of a sudden that they're going to beat OKC in a second round series? I don't. So anyway, but the storylines in it are great. Like, I can't wait to see Denver against the Clippers.
Great series.
I mean, so you get in Joker and Kawhi, you got 2 guys who have led, 3 championship seasons. And one of them could make it a 4th this year. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't believe in Denver either because they've lost too much. They've lost too many pieces. And they don't have enough talent around Joker to win, to me, this year. But they can beat, anybody. They can beat anybody in a series. Can they string them together? I don't think so. So but Kawhi Leonard, how about this guy? So if Kawhi Leonard is not literally dragging himself up and down the court, he can take you to a championship.
Yeah, he can.
If he's not literally, and so the misnomer about him was that it was somehow, rest. It wasn't rest. Kawhi Leonard's been hurt. In 2019, when he led Toronto to the championship, I was there for a lot of those games courtside, and I remember seeing on PTI and telling Cárdenas when Tony would say, well, they're resting him again, enough of that. I go, no. This guy's hurt. There's a difference. It was like, here, it was, and I compared it to Amari.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, Amari Stoudemire is not resting? The dude's leg is gone. His knees are gone.
Yeah, right.
And in Kawhi's case, it wasn't 1 leg. It wasn't 2. It was 1. So if he can get that one healthy enough, I don't know if he can do it for, 15 wins for 18, 19, 20 games. I don't know if he can.
Yeah.
But, man. So, anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff, like how good is Cleveland and, what do the Knicks do? The Knicks are a team that'll bite on Durant. They will. Because when they lose, they'll get desperate, and they'll take Durant and say he could be their closer. And I don't think Durant, he's a mercenary. He can do this thing that he does, which is hit a shot more beautifully than anybody for as long a time as anyone who's ever played. And he can be a professional, and he can be in the best shape possible, and he can be all those things. But can he lead a team? No. No, he can't.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? So who's going to give up too much for him? The Knicks.
Knicks, yes.
Maybe Houston.
Put them on the list,
maybe.
yeah.
I mean, you keep hearing this talking about Houston, and then I saw it denied that they were interested. If I'm Houston, I ain't giving up anybody on my roster that just finished in second place to get Kevin Durant. But people do stupid stuff.
Yes,
we got a front row to that.
Yeah,
we did.
To that.
Michael, always great to catch up. Thanks so much for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
All right, you guys, be good.
Thanks. Mike Wilbon joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we go from Mike Wilbon to the Sports Cabal.
Oh, talk about crashing out.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't necessarily need a project at receiver. I need a Matthew Golden or a Tedero McMillan or somebody. If Tyler Booker is still there at 47 and they don't take him, I'm going to be reacting like you on draft night, Wolf.
Bring the intensity, furrow the brow. Tyler Booker does that. He will destroy you. That's what he does. That's what I want. I want somebody out there playing patty cake. Patty cake. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast. Knock it off.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. everybody. Dan Bickley here. Growing and maintaining a beautiful natural green lawn, very difficult, if not impossible to do in Arizona. I tried it once. I wanted my daughter to grow up having a little patch of grass where she could kick a soccer ball, do headstands, that kind of thing. It was a disaster. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They can build you anything you want. They're a one-stop shop that can create your backyard of your dreams. They're really, really good at installing artificial turf. In fact, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green popping lawn without the mess, without the seeding, without the water bills. They're fantastic at it. They look fantastic as well. That's not all they can do for you. If you need traditional landscaping, they can handle that. Custom barbecue grills, they can handle that. Customized fire pits, they can handle that. If you're a golfer, they're great at building state-of-the-art putting greens. Whatever you want, they love working with customers, creating personalized outdoor retreats. Go check them out online. Go read their near 1,000 reviews. Go schedule your free estimate at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Is your AC ready for summer? Don't wait for the heat to hit. Weak airflow? Warm air? Strange noises? These are warning signs your AC needs attention. Our skilled technicians offer AC repair services or replacements to keep your family cool all summer long. Don't sweat it. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning has your back. Here to keep your home cool all summer. Visit onehour.com to schedule today. Financing options available.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups, $6.99 each at all Fry's food and drug stores now through April 22nd.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs got a 6-4 win to complete the sweep over the Miami Marlins yesterday. Both Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith homered again in the win, but the Snakes will head to Wrigley Field this weekend for a 3-game stint with the Chicago Cubs, and Corbin Burns is on the mound today. First pitch is at 11:20 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Suns brass did speak to the media yesterday. Find out what Matt Ishbia, James Jones, and Josh Bartelstein had to say. Head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money. So when it comes to you and your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at readyservices.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is a pretty simple one surrounding the Phoenix Suns. Will the Phoenix Suns win more than 36 games next season? 36 games is how many they won this season.
The strong tendency is to say no, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible if they find the right blend and chemistry. I don't think they're a playoff team.
Yeah, like
if Kevin Durant's gone and they're going to rebuild around Devin Booker, if Bradley Beal's gone, I don't know. I'll be optimistic for once this morning. I'll say yes, but not by many.
And a reminder now, because I'm hearing from some people, especially after Michael Wilbon mentioned the Knicks, for everybody vibing on a Mikal Bridges return to Phoenix, understand he's not the same player you remember.
Correct.
Do you agree with that, Vinny?
Yes, and reading a lot of things out of New York who watch the Knicks a lot more closely than I do. Like, he's not a shutdown defender anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, so 53% of the voters say yes, they will win more than 36. 47 say no. It's pretty split, and 36 isn't a lot of games, let's be honest.
No, it's not.
So there's your Arizona sports.
Oklahoma City had 36 wins after like 38 games. So did Cleveland. That is your Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Stand-up comedy is a social bonding mechanism that relieves tension and connects people. Laughter is a universal response, and there are 4 different ways we can gain laughter from an audience: surprise, relief, absurdity, and
The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jarrett. It's been a rough week.
Make us laugh, clown.
Stop fiddling with your matzah and make
No, you sound like my mom in high school. But no, I need these will be
no schmeckle jokes, Jarrett.
These will be visual props for the very end of the sports club. So I will.
Okay.
So stay tuned for that, and hopefully you'll be able to see it.
He's turning into Carrot Top right before our very
Well,
eyes. He's a prop comic.
I am, but I'm a comic first and foremost, but in honor of Good Friday, today is Good Friday, I want to remember that bearded man in the desert who some believed was a leader, but others thought was a false prophet, and ultimately was sacrificed for the sins of others. I'm, of course, referring to Mike Budenholzer. Yes, the Mike Budenholzer era is over, as he was fired by the Suns this week right after the season ended. Yeah, they did not waste any time moving on from Budenholzer. In fact, I haven't seen a bud get smoked that fast, and Snoop Dogg was getting ready for his Inauguration Day concert. How did things go so wrong? I mean, when he was hired, he was excited. The team was excited. We were excited. And 9 months later, we all came back down to earth faster than Katy Perry and Gayle King in that weird space capsule thing. How do you have so mediocre results with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker? I mean, if Mike Budenholzer won any fewer games with that much talent, the University of Colorado would retire his number. And his demeanor changed. He started the Suns with joy. He ended with misery. He started with energy. He ended with a monotone. He started all right. He ended as Stephen Wright. And it was really something. I mean, just the way Coach Bud looked by the end of his stint. I mean, have you seen Mike Budenholzer?
What does he look like? I can't quite place
Mike Budenholzer, he looks like the type of guy who knows the bartender's name at the bowling alley.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Well, I'm
Boy,
just.
you are off
yeah,
to a
unfortunately,
fantastic start, Carlin.
I think you might. Don't take any of these personally, Vince, on this. But Mike Budenholzer looks like the type of guy who bought most of his wardrobe with camel cash. He looks like a divorced dad who eats all his meals on a TV tray. Mike Budenholzer, the former coach of the Suns. I can't believe you don't know what he was around here for a year. Mike Budenholzer looks like the type of guy who refers to his Applebee's waitress as sweetheart. He looks like the type of guy who has seen Bruce Springsteen in concert more times than he's seen his kids in Little League games. He looks like the type of guy who would get in trouble for hitting on a fan while reporting during an MLB game. He looks like the type of guy who thinks that, hey, that Aaron Rodgers really makes some good points.
I'm
Anyway.
starting to get a clearer picture of what he might look like.
Yeah, so you can get it, right?
Thank you for that.
Coming to focus.
Well, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, he still hasn't decided on his future in the NFL, despite multiple teams showing interest. I don't get why teams still think he will return to form for them. I don't think he can revitalize the team. I don't think he could rebuild his career. In fact, the only thing that can make a comeback because of Aaron Rodgers is the measles. But speaking of football, it is the NFL draft time, and it is one of the more wide open years I can remember. I mean, no one seems to know what will happen after the first pick. I mean, some experts say one thing, some say another. In fact, the only point of an expert that you can count on is the one in Mel Kiper Jr.'s hairline. I do love his hair, though. It's really great. I mean, it is the best widow's peak since Jacqueline Kennedy married that Greek business magnate. Elsewhere in elsewhere in the football world this week marked Bill Belichick's 73rd birthday, 73 years old, and his girlfriend threw him a surprise party. I heard it was a great event, but unfortunately, there were no lit candles on the birthday cake. And it's not because they didn't have any, but it's because his girlfriend isn't allowed to use matches without adult supervision. Which brings us to... Oh, Jarrett Karnick, the magnificent. All right, here. We got 3 of them today. A clothing store in the Mall of America, Michael Strahan's teeth, and the ages of Bill Belichick and his girlfriend.
A clothing store in the Mall of America.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick's teeth.
No. Michael Strahan's teeth.
Michael Strahan's
and the
teeth.
ages of Bill Belichick and his girlfriend. Name 3 huge gaps. All right, another one here. A seasonal one here. Here we go. Painted hard-boiled eggs, honey-baked ham, and a giant bunny.
Painted hard-boiled eggs, honey-baked ham, and a giant bunny.
Yeah. What were 3 things I think were on that 2-foot sub I ate at the D-backs game? And finally, here we go for the props to close out the Sports Kebab. All right, ready here?
Yes.
Okay. Classic white. Classic white.
Classic white.
And the world's original ancient cracker.
And the world's original ancient cracker.
Okay. Classic white and the world's original ancient cracker. What were 2 nicknames for Lee Corso?
Well done, Jared.
There you go.
That was a good Sports Kebab.
That was very well done.
There you go.
By the way, the bartender at the bowling alley is named Debbie.
There you go.
The Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin every Friday. Well done today. You can follow him on Twitter/X at JarrettGC. Hey, what do you say we give some final thoughts and eat some pimento cheese on the way out, Big?
Sure.
All right,
why
we'll do
not?
it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft next week.
I think we're about 95% the board. We'll run through a few scenarios and we'll do a few mock draft exercises amongst our staff, and we'll have something fun to talk about with you guys Thursday night.
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so New Life Dental Implant Center, they're more in the business of just giving people new implants and new teeth. They're giving people their happiness back. They're giving people their dignity back, and that is because at New Life Dental Implant Center, they are making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. You get everything done in one location from start to finish. That's right, no bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-ups, right there in one place. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. If you've been price shopping, you understand that is a great price. No hidden fees, no surprise costs. One price from start to finish. They are committed to being the best, most affordable option out there. They want New Life Dental implants to be available to people of limited means and people without insurance, and they prove it with their pricing. And they even got an in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You're not waiting for weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening in real time right there. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new you, that new smile, one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra SR or SR5. Or get competitive financing or a great lease deal on a new Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, arriving daily at your Valley Toyota dealers. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 4/30/25. See dealer for details.
Looking for winning deals? Native Grill & Wings has you covered with $10 meal deals available all day. Every day featuring choices like our My Native Burger, Native Chicken Sandwich, and more. Need to feed the fam? Try our $27 family bundle. With something for everyone, we've got the whole family covered. Cold drinks, great food, and even better deals. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
At America Roofing, we look to earn your business by giving competitive pricing, quality product, and quality installations. At America Roofing, we like to think that we're taking care of our neighbors. As we've grown up here, Josh and I, we're family owned and operated. Our word is our bond. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186-438-CR42.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Weekly and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
What do you think of Panic at the Disco, Vic? You have thoughts?
I haven't listened to enough of their music to give you. I obviously know this song, but I haven't listened to enough of their catalog.
We said high hopes. You brought it up in one of our sons' discussion.
Yeah.
We wanted to play Unbelievable by EMF, but there's a naughty word that
There
appears
is.
about 100
That's
times.
true.
In that, so couldn't
true.
find the clean version.
No, it's
so.
okay.
High hopes. That's our theme for today, our song of the day, Panic at the Disco.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right. We've got it in front of us.
We do.
The Masters is almost a week old. But we had one of Bick's good friends who set Bick up with the trip to the Masters, the tickets to the Masters. Jeff McKenna, correct?
Dr. Jeff McKenna.
Yes, and he came in and he bared gifts. And he went, while he was in Augusta.
He brought all you guys Masters caps.
Yes.
You got Masters lids.
Yes.
And he also brought us fresh pimento cheese to make Masters sandwiches.
With a story that the actual place in Augusta that supplied the pimento cheese to the golf course, they don't supply it anymore. So he went, and he said it's not the same. People don't like it the same as the original. He went to the original place to give us the pimento
original,
cheese.
yep.
And I've never had this.
And as far as I know, pimento cheese is a mixture of like cheddar cheese, mayonnaise, and like little peppers.
Yes.
It's got a little kick to it. It should have a little kick to
Okay.
it.
I've never had this before.
Now-
I had the opportunity because the Suns served it Friday as part of their media meal, and I didn't take one.
Okay.
So are we trying it?
Let's do it.
Let's try it.
Oh. That's the matzah you're hearing. It tastes exactly how I thought it would taste.
Two of us are eating matzah, two of us are eating white Wonder Bread.
That's good.
It's not bad. It's really good.
Everybody loves hearing people chew on the radio.
I like it. It's really good. What do you think, Ferret?
It's good. It's very cheesy, less mayonnaisey. Oh.
Mine's gone.
Okay.
Well done, Sammy.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Jake Plummer, Jeff Pass, and Mike Wilbon for joining us. Thanks to you for hanging out. Have a very good holiday weekend. We will be back Monday morning, bright and early at 6 o'clock. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We leave you with a little bit of fun.
He's the guy I talked about last week who loves golf and decided, I am going to become part of the scenery in Augusta, Georgia. And he went down there, and first time down there, he grabbed a guy and said, I want to work here. What can I do? How can I help you? And the guy said, will you clean toilets? And his answer was, yes, anything you want. And the guy told Jeff, you're the first person who has ever said yes to that question.
Oh, man, they must have had some dirty toilets.
Yeah. Jared, how much are you mailing in today's show?
If I said no more than usual, would that be bad or good?
Strong pitch and clutch hits. Griffin Conine, son of Jeff Conine, hit a baseball 117.4 miles per hour.
Wow.
10 miles per hour faster off the bat than Corbin Carroll's home run.
Wow.
That's a ridiculous number.
And that's like the difference between you and I on the 51.
Shut up,
Shut up, Jared! Stand trigger alert, stand trigger alert, stand trigger alert. Beep, 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 beep.
I got a source. I got a source.
That's a hurdle so big Ronaldo Nehemiah can't get over, babe.
Edwin Moses,
babe.
The most disappointing group of sons we've seen since the Menendez brothers, babe.
He's a symbol. He's a symbol.
William Contreras.
They need to burn it down.
Hello, friends.
Hello, friends.
Doubles. They're miring in mediocrity in the Windy City there, Bick.
Oh, wow. A Hall of Famer playing for us?
There's Anus Williams, John. Don't trade for any two guards.
You traitor. You are the biggest traitor in the history of sports.
That's a beautiful morning for baseball as the Diamondbacks look to sweep the Miami Marlins. Yo ho, a Masters pull over for me. Every bread has a stash. Get your stamps and your tongues ready.
What a bunch of impatient putzes.
I don't know where to start biting.
Come on, Tori.
Today, Junior.
Tower of power.
Never nervous, Matt Mervis.
Leave Mello alone, man. Well done, Roars. Baxter Holmes, where are you, Bax?
tax day. Did you get your taxes done, everybody?
Jarrett, you didn't get your taxes done?
No, I did them like over a year ago, luckily.
DA's in Portland.
Yeah.
Luke is in LA.
I gotcha.
And we're in hell.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford is employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 6th straight win today in the Windy City. They face the Cubs at 11:20 a.m., and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Corbin Burns looks to secure his first win in a D-backs uniform. And Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and he discussed how different the team's roster will look next season.
I expect the roster to be different next year. How different will remain to be seen, but there's going to be a lot of changes, right? Like, it's not just the roster, it's everything through the organization.
For the full interview, go to the podcast page on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi, or you can go check it out at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke show, but Wolf is not here. Kellen Olson is joining me. Also, I should point out we only have a half-hour show because Diamondbacks Cubs are coming up, which means, Kellen, Wolf used a vacation day on a half hour.
Doesn't seem very sound strategy, but I also admire the I am taking this day off. I don't care how much I work. This is my day energy from Wolf. So I just find a way to support it because I'll always support Wolf because I love him dearly.
That's kind of where I am too. Like that's just such a power move of we only have a half hour. I'm willing to burn an entire vacation day because I don't want to do that half hour. So fortunately, Kellen Olson is going to join us here. And Kellen, I promise you, we're not going to talk Suns for the whole half hour. Okay, that's the deal.
Wow, that's great, Luke. You're such a good friend. Thanks, man.
I do what I can. We are going to start with the Suns, though. Okay, that's what we're going to do the first part of this show. Since we have you, and I haven't got to talk to you since the press conference was that only yesterday? Just what was your initial overarching takeaway from that whole thing with Matt Ishbia, Josh Bartelstein, and James Jones?
Yeah, I think there were two main messages delivered from Ishbia, at least. I think the first one was him showing a lot more awareness. This was not a tone-deaf press conference, unlike last year, where he spoke on the embarrassment, the failure of the season, and the changes to come. And then I thought the second main takeaway was those changes and him speaking on just the changes that are coming, what those changes will be. We have a pretty good idea of what they're going to be, but we didn't really get any confirmation from him on what those changes would be. One of them that he did speak about, and the main one that was overarching for him throughout a lot of his answers, was culture, identity, and things like that. Of course, they need to figure out what exactly their front office is before they really get to start building that and interviewing coaches and things like that. So there's more steps to be done, but those were my main two takeaways, Luke.
You know, on the culture thing, Wolf and I were talking about this actually off the air yesterday. You know, how difficult is that to rebuild a culture in basketball as opposed to football? Because we were kind of going back and forth on this, and you know, there are some elements where you would think it maybe is easier in football. We've seen the Cardinals do it for the last couple of years, but it has still taken a couple of years. But then on the flip side, you know, there's 53 players on an NFL team. There's not nearly that on a basketball team. So just in your mind, how long do you think it would take to rebuild that?
Yeah, it's tough for me to say because I've covered a team that did it very quickly with Monty Williams and James Jones. It just seemed like everything kind of clicked into place and they were off to the races. I think if they weren't that connected, if they weren't that in sync on just what they were trying to do every night, then they would have been a pretty good team that year, but they would have made the NBA Finals. So it's a very crucial thing with sort of every team. And I think that the base level of it and where it differs sport to sport is like your identity and how you're going to play. Like everyone wants to play football a certain way, I'm sure, right? Like everyone wants to be the toughest team out there. And to some extent, that's the same as basketball as well. But like styles of play are going to like differ. Like you're going to have a signature element to the way that you play across every single team. Whereas football, I think it's going to be a little bit more synonymous. And it starts with that. Like you can say identity, culture, like building up like a foundation over the years or whatever, but it can't start unless you have a signature style of play. And that's something that was extremely lacking over the last 2 years. And like what that comes down to is like, first of all, just if the group can be connected. And then second of all, if that connected group will listen to a voice. And clearly the last 2 years, this group was not connected and did not listen to that voice.
Here's James Jones yesterday. He was asked why the Booker and KD combo just did not really work out for the Suns.
I mean, I think you said it. We were barely outscoring teams, but defensively, we weren't doing enough. And they're great offensive players. They will always give us an offensive boost. We just have to be better at making sure that the opponent isn't as efficient offensively, and more importantly, that we put ourselves in a position to capitalize on their offensive greatness more.
Kellen, we know the situation here. They're probably almost certainly going to trade Kevin Durant. It sounds like everybody's on the same page. Sounds like Durant's camp is on the same page. I can't just look past the stat, though, that they were 3-17 without him this season. I mean, they were disappointing as a team when he and Booker played together, but they were bad when he wasn't on the floor. So as far as next season, if they move him, what's the path to being competitive next season?
Well, I think it starts with everything we talked about, and that's why the Suns have made this sort of a mission statement of sorts for what they want to achieve next year, because it is going to be a far less talented roster next year than last year's, but that doesn't necessarily equate to wins. Like there are, I would say, in my opinion, a half dozen playoff teams right now that do not have as good of a roster as the Suns do right now, but that didn't really matter at all. It didn't really come to fruition or really put them in a place to succeed. So I think that it starts with that, and then I think it starts with their best players making each other better. That was something that we did not see from Devin Booker the last 2 years. It's not something we saw from Kevin Durant the last 2 years. We did not see it from Bradley Beal the last 2 years. Like you think, again, go back to like the 21 team, like how much better Chris and Devin were making everyone else, like making DeAndre better, making Mikal better, making Cam better. That is something that they're going to need from Book specifically next year. He's really going to have to tap back into that part of his game and just elevating others, because those guys were able to be effective in certain ways, don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, you need more from them, not only individually, but what they're doing for the team as well. That's why you're a star.
Who, like when you look around the league, because I agree with you, I think a lot of people do, that not most, but there's a good amount of teams in the postseason who don't have the talent on paper that the Phoenix Suns had, and they're missing the play-in even. Is there a team, when you look forward, that you think they either will or should be modeling this rebuild or whatever you want to call it after? Like, even if it's just for next year, how do you do this and be competitive next year? Is there a team you look at and say they're already doing it?
I think that it sort of comes down to teams being in a position that you didn't expect them to be in based on like the amount of talent that they had. That's the first place my brain goes. Like Detroit, for example, is one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. Like, and Cade Cunningham is one of the best players in the world now. Don't get me wrong, but their second best player might be Malik Beasley. It might be Jalen Duren. It might be Jaden Ivey. I'm not really sure who it is exactly for them. And that's sort of the thing here, right? Is like, we're going to know that Devin Booker is the best player on the Suns next year, but who is his supporting cast? How are they contributing? Detroit like found an identity immediately with a head coaching change, and they just like established like a brand of toughness, I think, that the Suns clearly want to have. Like that Knicks Pistons series, I can't wait for it. Like there's going to be at least like 4 or 5 kerfuffles. Like Ron Hall is going to be the absolute wild card of that series. Beef Stewart's going to do something stupid, I'm sure. That is like the type of team where you look at what they did year to year. They were able to have some things in place, but not necessarily a playoff caliber roster by any means, but are still one of the best teams in their conference because of the identity that they had all year.
How much, and this is obviously just opinion, but like when you hear that press conference yesterday and you were around the team all season, like I didn't feel like they were blaming everything on Coach Bud, but just the tone was very much like that wasn't working. Like it didn't seem like there was any doubt in their mind by when the season ended that he was gone. And I just wonder how much internally, I know Matt Ishbia said they're going to have to make a bunch of other changes too, but how much internally do you think they believe was just the fact that the coach didn't seem to be on the same page with everybody? Like, is making that move going to change a lot of the problems?
We'll see. I wrote about this on ArizonaSports.com. Kevin Zimmerman wrote a similar kind of thing where we're both just kind of analyzing the front office, Ishbia, like how much of this was on the front office, how much of this was on Ishbia. You look at the quotes, you look at the past reporting, all that kind of stuff. And a couple of different times, Ishbia, during not only his Birds and Gambo interview, but during his press conference as well, referred to like how a lot of people thought like this would work. Like, I will raise my hand right now and say I thought the Kevin Durant trade would work.
Oh, me too.
I thought the Bradley Beal trade would work. So did you. So did a fair amount of people listening. But all of us have one thing in common. We were not the people who made that decision. So the onus does not come on us nearly, not at all, really, as much as it does to the people who made that decision. So that's the type of thing, again, where you want to see ownership over the mistakes. And maybe that comes at a later time once Brad is gone, once Kevin is gone, and there's like a real ownership there and level of accountability for those moves not working. Because again, like that line came up too many times where it was like, okay, yeah, we all thought it was a good idea, but we're not the people who made the move that didn't work, you know?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, because even throughout that press conference yesterday, I was thinking, like, if I'm being honest with myself, I didn't like trading Mikal Bridges. Nobody did. And by the way, he's a free agent in 13 months. But I'm making a trade for Kevin Durant in that moment. And even the Nurk trade. The Beal one, I didn't really feel that great about, but I didn't feel strongly against it either. It was just his contract. But, I mean, none of those moves in the moment was I like, no, you can't make these moves. And yet they obviously did not work because here we are on a Friday before the playoffs talking about the offseason. All right, the NFL Draft is coming. We've got your chance to win a brand new NFL Draft hat repping your team. Just head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com, lock in your prediction for the first pick, and then try to nail as many other picks as you can. The more you get right, the better your shot to win. When we come back, we'll get you ready for D-backs Cubs with D-backs on deck. It's Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Marlins.
There's a swing. How about a second earned run? Oh my goodness, this thing is way gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. First pitch nuke. It's his fourth of the year.
D-backs sweep the Marlins in Miami and begin a 3-game series at the Cubs this morning. D-backs Cubs coverage begins this morning at 10:30. Baseball brunch coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then you just get to move in right away. You found the home. That was the hard part. You don't have to wait around. You just move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is going to let you do. You buy your new home now. You sell the old one later. That's really the only way to do it, if you think about it. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you the cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves. Take care of that part first. Again, the hard part was finding the dream home. You've done that, so make sure you pounce and are able to get it while it's still available. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Desert Diamond West Valley brings you the Legends Tribute Series. See an incredible outdoor concert for free every Thursday. This April, see Voyager, Sweet Home Alabama, the Country Artist Tribute, and tribute to Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Dragging My Heart. Go online for the full schedule. It's time to live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino West Valley.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
On Friday, May 9th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring La Original Banda El Limon. Go to dbacks.com/Mex for tickets and field passes.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic, where you will find a menu full of tasty treats, including a legendary drink menu. And with that in mind, make sure to try the flavorful fiesta of a strawberry mangonada slush. This is tangy mangonada, sweet strawberry, and tahini. It is the perfect balance of sweet with a touch of spice, and yet another great reason to head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Phoenix spring means warm weather and big savings. So what does Liberty GMC have on special this month?
What's up, Dave? It's a perfect season to get into a new ride. Right now, with only $3,300 down, you can lease a 2025 GMC Train for only $389 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
Spring into savings at Liberty GMC, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Yeah, it's time for some D-backs on deck because we've got the Diamondbacks starting a series in Chicago against the Cubs here. First pitch is about an hour away. Just about an hour away. Kellen Olson is in for Wolf as we do a quick run here through this game. Kellen, let's get to the pitching matchup. It's brought to you by the Window Depot, more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Diamondbacks, it's Corbin Burns. For the Cubs, it's Colin Ray. Sure would be nice to see Corbin Burns pick up that first win as a member of the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. 11 of his last 12 batters in that Milwaukee start, he retired. The one was the Jackson Chourio absolute moonshot that got obliterated. But that was more of like the level sort of performance that we wanted to see from him. It was pretty ugly in the first 2 starts, to be completely honest, just from the expectation that we have that this is one of the 5 best pitchers of the decade so far. We'll expect to see that guy here soon enough, and all we want to see is sort of signs of him getting back to being that guy rounding into form, and I think we saw that against Milwaukee for sure. And then Colin Ray for Chicago, the Justin Steele injury, a sad one to see, one of the best pitchers in the National League. Chicago has been a bright spot in the NL Central so far. They're led by Shota Imanaga and Steele, that pair of lefties at the top of their rotation, but Colin Ray slides into the rotation now for Steele, who's out for the year.
It's been encouraging, too, with the D-backs. Corbin Burns, of the starters, has the second worst ERA. That part's not encouraging. And the one that's worse is Merrill Kelly, and that was all in one start. He's had 3 really good starts and then 1 terrible start. So you could make the case that through the first, today will be the 4th full time through the rotation, Corbin Burns has been the Diamondbacks' least effective starter. And the only reason I would say that's potentially a good thing is because you know he's going to turn it around. I mean, anytime, even today against the Cubs, the way they were hitting to start the season, he could go out there and throw a 7-inning gem where he gives up 2 hits and strikes out 9. And you know what I mean? Like, that's right around the corner. Now, we got to start seeing it, but that's right around the corner at any time with him. And then to your point on Colin Ray, he hasn't gone deep in games yet because he hasn't been asked to start and go deep into a game yet this season. He wasn't in that role before. All right, let's get to the injury. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, buddy.
I thought you had a lot of Colin Ray takes you wanted to throw out there, but I guess not.
No, I mean, the Diamondbacks have just given up 3 earned runs between their starters in the last 3 outings, so that's good.
Yeah, that's some progress. And now they're getting a quality start, it feels like, almost every time out there. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Here's Tori Lavello on with Burns and Gambo giving a Ketel Marte update. It's from a few days ago, but it's still relevant here to what's in front of the Diamondbacks now.
Maybe the end of April. We're hoping for that. We'll be very optimistic, and I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for the fastest resolution possible. But if it's not the end of April, it's going to be a very short time after that. He's been keeping his mind, his body, and his spirit in the right place. He's actually taking ground balls, and he's swinging in the cage. So that's a really, really good sign that he's getting healthy really, really quick.
Kellen, it's remarkable to me that they've gone on this run where they've been so good without Ketel Marte. And it's not the whole time he's been out, but they're on a 5-game winning streak, and they've won 7 of 8. And they obviously haven't had Ketel for any of those games. He was extremely productive as usual before he got hurt. That was April 4th, and it sounds like he's going to be back, I don't know, within about 2 weeks, maybe a couple days longer, worst case.
It's been pretty amazing because my thought was the offense is going to regress. Like, it's not going to be the best offense in baseball, but the question was, can they still be top 10? Can they still be top 15? And I felt pretty confident just because Ketel Marte was going to be able to carry them to something no matter what. Now, the rest of the guys, like what Corbin Carroll were we going to get? Pavin Smith, Josh Schnell in the middle of the order. The inconsistencies of Gurriel and Suarez, which have been showing up early in this year. You just didn't know where you were going to get the rest of the contributions from, but Corbin Carroll is an MVP candidate right now through the first couple weeks of the season. Geraldo Perdomo is off to the same start he was off to in 2023 when he was an All-Star. Pavin Smith's been incredible. Josh Naylor has been really, really good. So they've somehow been able to make up for his absence, which is something that I didn't think they would be able to do at any point this year if he got hurt. It's been incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that. As far as other injuries, Jake McCarthy had that sore hand, didn't appear in the Marlins series, but it looks like he is in the lineup today, batting 8th in center field for the Diamondbacks as they get set for the series opener with the Cubs. And then Kendall Graveman and Kevin Ginkel, both on the 15-day injured list still, but they also both threw bullpens this week. So you would think, or they're at least closer to getting one of those guys back. Let's get to the keys to the game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
All right, Kellen, I'm going to start with you as far as keys to the game. What do you got?
So 2 of the top 3 teams in OPS, Luke, so we're going to see some offense in the series, but keep an eye on the base pass. Chicago has 29 steals at second in the majors. The Diamondbacks only have 18 so far, but 12 of those came in their first 18 games, meaning they had 6 in their last game. Let's see some chaos on the base pass, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that at all. I'm just looking at the top of the lineup. Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Pavin Smith, and Josh Naylor. Those 4 guys, that's your top 4 for today. The way they've all been hitting, Pavin Smith kind of quietly because you just look at him as a platoon player, and that's fine. But he's been tearing the cover off the ball, especially yesterday, so we'll see if that keeps going. And Josh Naylor has been a fantastic addition to this team. So you would hope, if you're the Diamondbacks, that you can keep that production going at the top of the lineup. Let's get to the MLB standings. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Kellen, this stat is maybe to be expected, I guess. There are 3 teams in baseball with a better record than the Diamondbacks, and they're all in the Diamondbacks division. So that's where we are. I get it. It's early. We're 19 games in. This will be the 20th for the D-backs. But the only teams in baseball with a better record than the Diamondbacks are the Padres at 15-4, the Dodgers at 14-6, and San Francisco at 13-6. Also, Colorado is a baseball team. They're 3-15.
The classic dilemma, Luke, across every sport. It's like, when do we start to take this seriously? Like, I feel like we're pretty much there, like maybe another couple weeks away, but Giants are off to a fantastic start. Padres were hit or miss, and they've been hit so far, and then the Dodgers are the Dodgers, brother.
Yeah, and even just looking at, like, run differential, if the only one of those teams that you look at and say, okay, wait, are they going to drop off, would be the Giants, and they're a plus 32 through the first 19 games. Now, again, it's 19 games. It's basically an eighth of the season. I get that, but You know the Dodgers are going to be there at the end of the year. We figured the Diamondbacks and Padres would be there at the end of the year. And now you got San Francisco, who doesn't seem like they're going to just completely drop off anytime soon. So, I mean, it's conceivable you could have 4 playoff teams from one division at the end of the season, which is crazy.
Yeah, no other division is clouding up the wild card picture right now is the good news, because like remember the NL East last year, we were like, oh my gosh, okay, like the Braves or Phillies are going to be in the wild card spot, doesn't matter which team it is, and then the Mets surged late, so we were looking at that in the NL East again. That hasn't really happened out there yet. The NL Central is going to be mid all year. It's kind of what we expected. This has been a surprise though. I think we expected the NL West to be good, but this good, no way.
Yeah, this is a little extreme. And as far as the Cubs, they are 12-9 currently, first place in the Central. All right, that's it for us. Thank you, Kellen, for stepping in for a half hour. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Kellen Olson, who was in for Wolf, I'm Luke Lipinski. We've got Diamondbacks Cubs coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new Junior Chicken